Tonight, we delve into the chilling side of the wilderness. We bring you true stories, experiences shared by those who ventured into the Michigan backcountry, seeking adventure, and stumbled upon something far more sinister. These aren't campfire tales whispered among friends. These are first-hand accounts of encounters that defy explanation, moments where the line between the natural world and something unknown, blurred with terrifying consequences. Get ready to question what lurks in the shadows of the Michigan wilderness. Get ready to hear why, for some, true camping and hiking in Michigan was a deadly mistake. Prepare to be disturbed. The stories begin now. My name is Chloe, and I've always considered myself an outdoorsy person. Growing up in Georgia, hiking and camping were practically in my blood. There's just something about being out in nature, surrounded by towering trees and the sounds of the forest, that always manages to calm my soul. That's why, when my friend Liam suggested a day hike near Amicalola Falls State Park, I was immediately on board. Liam and I have been friends since middle school, and we share a similar love for adventure, though he's definitely the more cautious one between us. I tend to be a bit more impulsive, always eager to explore the unknown. The day we chose was a perfect late summer afternoon. The air was crisp and cool, hinting at the coming autumn, and the sun dappled through the leaves, creating a beautiful mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. We arrived at the Amicalola Falls Visitor Center around 10 in the morning. The main trails were already bustling with families and other hikers, all eager to see the stunning 729-foot waterfall, the tallest in Georgia. We'd both seen the falls countless times, though, so Liam suggested we try something different. "There's a trail I was reading about online," he said, pulling out his phone. "It's supposed to be a bit more secluded, branches off from the Appalachian Approach Trail a few miles in. Said it leads to some old logging ruins or something." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Logging ruins, huh? Sounds a lot more interesting than dodging stroller traffic on the main path. Liam hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. "Yeah, but the reviews mentioned it wasn't very well maintained. Some people said it was easy to get turned around." "Come on, Liam," I said, nudging him playfully. "Where's your sense of adventure? We've got each other, and we'll pay attention to the trail markers. Besides, how scary can a few overgrown paths be?" He sighed, a familiar expression of reluctant agreement on his face. All right, but if we get lost, I'm blaming you." We grabbed our day packs, filled with water, snacks, and a small first aid kit, and set off. The initial stretch of the Appalachian Approach Trail was familiar and well marked. We passed several other hikers, exchanging friendly nods and smiles. The sound of the cascading waterfall grew fainter as we walked deeper into the woods, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds. After about an hour of hiking, Liam stopped and consulted his phone again. "Okay. According to this, the turn off should be just ahead. It's called the Old Mill Trail or something similar." We kept our eyes peeled, and soon enough, we spotted a narrow, less defined path branching off to the right. It was noticeably less worn than the main trail, with taller grass and more fallen leaves obscuring the ground. The trail markers were also sparser, consisting of faded blue paint blazes on the trees. "This is it," Liam said, a hint of apprehension in his voice. I grinned, feeling a thrill of excitement. "Perfect. Let's see what this Old Mill Trail has in store for us." We stepped onto the less traveled path, and immediately the atmosphere shifted. The sounds of other hikers faded away, replaced by a deeper, more profound silence. The trees here seemed older, their branches thicker and more gnarled, creating a dense canopy that filtered out much of the sunlight. It felt like we had entered a completely different world, one that was more ancient and untamed. As we walked, the trail became increasingly overgrown. We had to push through thickets of ferns and step over fallen logs. The blue blazes were few and far between, and we had to pay close attention to make sure we were still on the right track. Liam, true to form, kept his phone out, occasionally checking a downloaded map. "Are you sure this is the right way?" he asked after about 20 minutes, his voice laced with concern. "I haven't seen a trail marker in a while." "Relax, Liam," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "We just need to keep going straight. The map on your phone still shows a path here, right?" He nodded, but his expression remained doubtful. "Yeah, but it's hard to tell if we're actually on it." Just as I was about to suggest we turn back if he was too worried, I spotted something ahead that made me stop in my tracks. Hanging from a low, hanging branch, swaying gently in the breeze, was a small hand-carved wooden figure. It was crude, almost childlike in its simplicity, but there was something undeniably unsettling about it. The figure was only about 6 inches tall, roughly shaped like a person. It had no discernible features, just a roughly carved head and body. What made it so strange was that it seemed to be facing us, its blank wooden face tilted slightly in our direction. "What is that?" Liam whispered, stepping closer. We both stared at the figure for a moment, a sense of unease creeping into our minds. It looked like something a child might make, but there was a strange intentionality to its placement, hanging there all alone in the middle of the woods. Maybe some kind of folk art, I suggested, trying to rationalize it. You know, like those little rock stacks people leave sometimes. Liam didn't look convinced. "I don't know, Chloe. It just feels weird." We continued down the trail, and after another few minutes, we saw another figure. This one was hanging from a higher branch, almost hidden amongst the leaves. It was similar to the first, but slightly different in shape. And just like the first one, it seemed to be facing us. Then we saw a third and a fourth. They were scattered along the trail, sometimes hanging from branches, sometimes perched on rocks or tree stumps. Each one was unique, yet they all shared the same unsettling quality of seeming to watch us with their blank, uncarved faces. A shiver ran down my spine. My initial curiosity had morphed into a growing sense of dread. This wasn't just some innocent folk art. There was something deliberate and almost ritualistic about these figures. "Okay, this is officially creeping me out," Lime said, his voice barely above a whisper. He kept glancing around nervously, as if expecting someone or something to jump out from behind the trees. Me too, I admitted. Maybe we should turn back. This trail is giving me a bad feeling. But just as we were about to turn around, we saw it. Up ahead, hanging from a thick branch that stretched across the trail, was a larger wooden figure. This one was different from the others. It was at least 2 feet tall, and its face wasn't blank. Someone had carved a grotesque smile into the wood, a wide, unnerving grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. The eyes were just deep, dark holes, but they seemed to bore right into us. The sight of that figure, hanging there like some kind of silent, malevolent guardian, was the last straw. Without a word, Liam and I both turned and ran, our hearts pounding in our chests. We didn't look back, didn't stop until we were back on the familiar, well-trodden path of the Appalachian Approach Trail, the unsettling wooden figures and their grotesque smiles, fading into the terrifying recesses of our minds. That was just the beginning of our hike on the Old Mill Trail, and the memory of those strange carvings still sends chills down my spine. We thought the worst was over when we made it back to the main trail, but we were wrong. Terribly wrong. The woods held more secrets, darker secrets, and we had only just scratched the surface. The relief of being back on the Appalachian Approach Trail was immense. The sounds of other hikers, their casual chatter and laughter, felt like a soothing balm to our frayed nerves. The wide, well-maintained path was a stark contrast to the narrow, overgrown Old Mill Trail, and the bright sunlight filtering through the leaves felt almost blinding after the dimness of the secluded path. We didn't stop running until we were a good distance away from the turn-off. Finally, breathless and with our hearts still pounding, we slowed to a walk. Liam was pale, his usual good humor replaced by a look of genuine fear. I didn't doubt that my own face mirrored his. What do you think those things were?" he stammered, wiping sweat from his forehead. I shook my head, still trying to process what we had seen. "I have no idea. Some kind of weird art project gone wrong. Or something else." The thought of something else sent another shiver down my spine. "It felt intentional, didn't it?" Liam said, his voice low. "The way they were all facing us. And that last one, that smile," he trailed off, a look of disgust on his face. I nodded in agreement. The grotesque smile on that larger figure was particularly disturbing. It wasn't just creepy, it felt actively malevolent, like something out of a nightmare. For a few minutes, we walked in silence, both of us lost in our thoughts. The initial plan for a relaxing day hike had been completely derailed. Now, all I wanted to do was turn around and head back to the visitor center. "So," Liam said finally, breaking the silence. Do we keep going?" I looked at him, surprised. "Keep going? Are you serious?" After seeing all that, he shrugged. "Well, we came all this way, and the reviews for the rest of the trail were supposed to be pretty good. Maybe that was just some weird local thing on that side path." I hesitated. Part of me desperately wanted to go back, to forget we had ever seen those unsettling figures. But another part of me, the adventurous part that had led us down the old mill trail in the first place, was reluctant to give up on our hike. Maybe Liam was right. Maybe it was just some strange, isolated incident. I don't know, Liam, I said, my voice filled with doubt. I have a really bad feeling about this, he sighed. I know, I do too. But what if it was just that one section? What if the rest of the hike is beautiful? We could just stick to the main trail from now on. He had a point. The main trail was well marked and heavily trafficked. Surely, whatever had created those creepy figures wouldn't be lurking out in the open where everyone could see them. After a few more minutes of debate, my stubborn nature won out. Okay, I said reluctantly. We can keep going, but if I see anything else weird, we are turning back immediately, no questions asked. Liam nodded in agreement, a hint of relief in his eyes. Deal. We continued along the Appalachian Approach Trail, trying to shake off the unease that lingered in the air. For a while, it seemed like we had made the right decision. The scenery was beautiful, with panoramic views of the surrounding mountains. We passed other hikers, exchanged friendly greetings, and even managed to laugh a few times. But the memory of those wooden figures was still lurking in the back of my mind, a dark cloud threatening to overshadow the beauty of the day. Every now and then, I would find myself glancing nervously into the woods, half expecting to see another one of those blank faces staring back at me. We hiked for another hour or so, the trail gradually winding its way uphill. We stopped for a quick lunch break, sitting on a rocky outcrop overlooking a valley. The view was stunning, but even the breathtaking scenery couldn't completely dispel the feeling of unease that had settled over us. As we continued our hike after lunch, the trail started to become less crowded. The groups of casual day hikers thinned out, replaced by more serious backpackers with larger packs and sturdier boots. The forest also seemed to grow denser, the trees taller and closer together, casting long, eerie shadows across the path. It was around mid-afternoon when we noticed something else that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We started seeing small piles of stones stacked by the side of the trail. At first, they seemed innocuous enough, just the kind of thing hikers sometimes do for fun or to mark the path. But as we continued, the piles became more frequent and more elaborate. Some were tall and precariously balanced, while others were arranged in strange, circular patterns. Those are weird, Liam said, pointing to a particularly large stack of flat stones arranged in a spiral shape. I haven't seen anyone else making these. I frowned, a familiar sense of dread creeping back into my stomach. These stone piles had a similar unsettling quality to the wooden figures. They felt deliberate, intentional, and somehow wrong. Maybe it's just another type of trail marker. I suggested, though I didn't believe it myself. We kept walking, and the stone piles continued to appear more and more frequently. They lined the sides of the trail, silent sentinels watching us as we passed. The atmosphere had shifted again, the earlier feeling of relief replaced by a growing sense of foreboding. Then we heard it. A sound that made us both freeze in our tracks. It was a faint sound, carried on the wind, but it was unmistakable. It sounded like chanting. It was low and rhythmic, a series of guttural sounds that were difficult to make out. It seemed to be coming from deep within the woods, off the side of the main trail. Liam grabbed my arm, his eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. The chanting was faint, but it was definitely there, a strange and unsettling sound in the otherwise quiet forest. "What do you think it is?" I whispered back. He shook his head, his face pale. "I have no idea. But I don't like it." We stood there for a moment, listening intently. The chanting continued, a low, droning sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air around us. It was impossible to make out any words, but the tone was undeniably eerie, almost ritualistic. Maybe it's just some kind of nature group, I suggested weakly, trying to find a rational explanation. Liam didn't look convinced. In the middle of the woods, sounding like that. The chanting stopped abruptly, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. We stood there for a few more moments, holding our breath, waiting to see if it would start again. But the only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. "We need to get out of here," Liam said urgently, his voice trembling slightly. Now, I didn't need any further convincing. The combination of the wooden figures, the strange stone piles, and now the unsettling chanting was more than enough for me. Whatever was going on in these woods, I wanted no part of it. We turned around and started to walk back the way we had come, our pace quickening with each step. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to dance in rhythm around us. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful earlier, now felt menacing and oppressive. As we hurried back down the trail, we passed the stone piles again. In the fading light, they seemed even more sinister, their silent presence somehow accusatory. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were following our every move. Then, just as we were starting to think we might actually make it back to the more populated areas of the trail, we saw something else. Something that made us stop dead in our tracks, our blood running cold. Hanging from a tree beside the trail, swaying gently in the breeze, was another one of those hand-carved wooden figures. This one was different from the others we had seen on the Old Mill Trail. It was larger, almost the size of a small child, and its features were more defined. And instead of a blank face or grotesque smile, this one had eyes. They weren't carved in detail, just two deep, dark holes, but they were positioned in such a way that they seemed to be staring directly at us. And in the fading light, those dark holes seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity. We stood there, frozen in terror, our eyes locked on the figure. It hung silently in the twilight, its dark eyes watching us, and in that moment, I knew we were in serious trouble. This was no longer just a creepy hike gone wrong. Something was very, very wrong in these woods, and we had stumbled into something we didn't understand. And I had a terrifying feeling that we weren't going to be allowed to leave. The sight of that figure, hanging there with its glowing eyes fixed on us, sent a wave of pure terror crashing over me. It wasn't just unsettling. It felt actively threatening, like a predator finally revealing itself. Liam gasped, and I could feel his hand gripping my arm so tightly that my fingers were starting to go numb. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, our eyes locked on the figure. The silence of the woods seemed to press in on us, amplifying the frantic beating of my heart. The only movement was the gentle sway of the figure in the breeze, its dark eyes never leaving us. Finally, Liam broke the silence, his voice a hoarse whisper. We have to go." I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with fear. We slowly started to back away, never taking our eyes off the figure. It didn't move, just continued to watch us with its eerie, glowing gaze. As soon as we had put a few trees between us and the figure, we turned and ran. We didn't care about being quiet anymore. We just needed to get away as fast as our legs could carry us. The forest blurred around us as we sprinted down the trail. The image of those glowing eyes burned into my mind. We ran until our lungs were burning and our legs felt like they were about to give out. Only when we couldn't run anymore did we finally slow to a breathless walk. We glanced back every few seconds, half expecting to see the figure chasing after us. But thankfully it wasn't there. The sun had almost completely disappeared below the horizon, and the woods were rapidly growing dark. The long shadows had deepened into an oppressive gloom, and every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps behind us. "We need to get back to the visitor center," Liam said, his voice ragged. "It can't be much further now." I nodded in agreement, desperately hoping he was right. The thought of spending the night in these woods with whatever was lurking here was terrifying. As we continued to walk, the trail became even darker. We had to pull out our phones and use their flashlights to see where we were going. The beams of light danced nervously through the trees, illuminating strange shapes and shadows that made our imaginations run wild. Then we started seeing more of them. Not the large one with the glowing eyes, but the smaller, crudely carved figures. They were everywhere now, hanging from trees, perched on rocks, even lying on the ground. And every single one of them seemed to be facing us, their blank wooden faces or grotesque smiles illuminated by our flashlights. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. It felt like we were walking through some kind of macabre art exhibit, a silent audience of wooden watchers surrounding us on all sides. The air was thick with a sense of dread, and I could feel my sanity starting to fray at the edges. This is insane," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "What is happening?" I shook my head, tears welling up in my eyes. I had no idea what was happening, but I knew it was bad. Terribly bad. Suddenly, we heard a sound that made us both jump. It was a twig snapping in the woods to our right. We froze, our flashlights darting around nervously. We couldn't see anything, but we could feel eyes on us, watching us from the darkness. Then we heard another sound, closer this time, It sounded like footsteps, soft and deliberate, moving through the underbrush. Someone's there. Liam breathed, his grip on my arm tightening again. We stood there, our hearts pounding in our chests, listening as the footsteps drew closer. We shone our flashlights into the darkness, but all we could see were trees and shadows. Then a figure stepped out from behind a large oak. It was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by the darkness. But even in the dim light, we could see the glint of something in its hand. We didn't wait to see what it was. We turned and ran again, our fear giving us a renewed burst of energy. We plunged off the trail, crashing through the underbrush, desperate to get away from whatever that thing was. Thorns and branches tore at our clothes and skin as we stumbled through the darkness. We could hear the footsteps behind us, getting closer. We didn't dare to look back. Just when I thought I couldn't run anymore, I tripped over a root and fell hard, hitting my head on the ground. Everything went black for a moment. When I came to, Liam was kneeling beside me, shaking my shoulder. "Chloe, are you okay?" I groaned and sat up, my head throbbing. "I think so." "We need to go," he said urgently, pulling me to my feet. "It's still out there." We started running again. Even though every muscle in my body screamed in protest, we had no idea where we were going, but we knew we had to keep moving. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled out of the woods and onto a paved road. We didn't recognize it, but it was a road, and that was all that mattered. We ran along the road until we saw headlights approaching in the distance. We waved our arms frantically, and the car slowed down and stopped. A middle-aged couple looked at us with concern. "Are you all right?" The woman asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." We didn't hesitate. We poured out our story, telling them about the strange wooden figures, the chanting, the footsteps in the dark. They listened patiently, their expressions growing increasingly worried. They offered us a ride back to the Amicalola Falls Visitor Center, and we gratefully accepted. The drive felt like it took forever, but finally we arrived back at the familiar parking lot. The visitor center was closed for the night, and the parking lot was almost empty. But just seeing the familiar surroundings brought a wave of relief. We thanked the couple profusely, and they watched us until we got into my car. We drove home in silence, both of us exhausted and traumatized by what we had experienced. We didn't talk much about it, but I knew we were both thinking the same thing. We would never look at the woods the same way again. I still don't know what those wooden figures were, or who was chanting in the forest, or what that gaunt figure in the darkness wanted. Part of me never wants to know. But sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I still see those glowing eyes in the darkness watching me, and I know that whatever we encountered in those woods, it was something ancient, something malevolent, and something that we were never meant to find. And I have a terrifying feeling that it hasn't forgotten us. They call me Sarah, and even now, years later, the memory still sends a shiver down my spine, a cold dread that settles deep in my bones. It's the kind of fear that doesn't fade, the kind that burrows under your skin and whispers in the quiet moments, especially when the wind howls just right, mimicking the sounds I heard that night. My friends, Liam and Chloe, they try not to talk about it. We made a pact, a silent agreement to let it lie, buried deep like the unmarked trail we dared to venture down. But sometimes in the dead of night, when sleep evades me, I find myself replaying every moment, every decision, every chilling detail that led us to that cabin, to that horror. And I feel compelled to share it, to finally put it out there, even if just to the void of the internet, hoping it might somehow lessen the weight of it all. It was late summer, the kind of late summer where the days are still warm and long, but there's a hint of autumn in the air, a crispness that promises cooler nights and the eventual turning of the leaves. We were all in our early 20s, full of that youthful exuberance and a craving for adventure that often overshadowed our better judgment. Liam was the planner of the group, always meticulously researching locations, packing lists, and emergency protocols. He was the responsible one, the voice of reason that we often chose to ignore in our pursuit of something more exciting. Chloe was the free spirit, the one who could always convince us to step outside our comfort zones. She had an infectious energy and a knack for finding the hidden gems, the beaten path experiences that made our adventures memorable. And then there was me, Sarah, somewhere in between, usually happy to go along with whatever crazy idea Chloe cooked up, as long as Liam had done his due diligence on the safety aspects. We had decided on a camping trip near the Manistee National Forest in Michigan. We'd heard stories about its vast wilderness, its towering pines, and the sense of isolation you could find deep within its heart. Liam had booked us a spot at a well-maintained campground, complete with fire pits and designated areas for tents. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend, a chance to escape the city noise and reconnect with nature. We arrived on a Friday afternoon, the sun dappling through the leaves as we set up our tents and unpacked our gear. The campground was relatively empty, which suited us just fine. We wanted peace and quiet, and that's exactly what we got. The first day was idyllic. We hiked some of the marked trails, marveling at the beauty of the forest. We cooked dinner over the campfire, the smell of wood smoke and roasting marshmallows filling the air. We told stories, laughed, and watched the stars emerge in the clear night sky. It was exactly the kind of weekend we had envisioned. The trouble started the next day. We had explored most of the main trails around the campground and were looking for something a little more challenging, a little more adventurous. Chloe, as usual, was the one who suggested it. "Hey," she said, pointing to a barely visible path leading off the main trail. "What's this?" Liam squinted at the overgrown opening. "Looks like an old deer trail or something. It's not marked on the map." "Exactly," Chloe exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's check it out. It could lead to some amazing views or a hidden waterfall." I hesitated. I wasn't usually one to shy away from a bit of exploration, but something about this particular trail felt off. It was almost as if the forest itself was trying to conceal it, the undergrowth thick and tangled, the entrance barely wide enough for a person to pass through. "Are you sure, Chloe? It doesn't look very safe." Liam, ever the cautious one, agreed. "Yeah, maybe we should stick to the marked trails. We don't want to get lost." But Chloe was persistent. "Come on, guys! Where's your sense of adventure? We always stick to the safe and boring routes. Let's do something different for once. It'll be fun." Her enthusiasm was contagious, and I have to admit, a part of me was curious too. The idea of discovering something hidden, something untouched by the usual tourist traffic, was appealing. After a bit more convincing from Chloe, and with Liam reluctantly agreeing under the condition that we wouldn't go too far and would turn back if the trail became too difficult, we decided to venture down the unmarked path. The moment we stepped onto the trail, the atmosphere shifted. The sunlight that had been filtering through the canopy on the main trail seemed to dim, and the air grew cooler, heavier. The sounds of the campground faded behind us, replaced by a deeper, more profound silence. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves under our boots and the occasional chirp of a bird, which seemed to echo eerily in the stillness. The trail was narrow and winding, barely more than a faint impression in the forest floor. We had to push our way through thick bushes and step over fallen logs. The trees around us were old and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. It felt like we were entering a different world, a world that was ancient and untamed. After walking for what felt like a couple of hours, the trail started to descend into a ravine. The trees grew even denser here, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air became damp and carried a faint, earthy smell. We had to be careful with our footing as the path became steeper and more uneven. Liam checked his watch. "Okay, guys, it's getting late. We should probably start heading back." Chloe groaned. "But we haven't found anything interesting yet." "Chloe's right," I said, surprisingly siding with her. "Let's just go a little further. Maybe around that bend." I pointed to a sharp turn in the trail ahead. Liam sighed but nodded in agreement. "Fine, but just to that bend and then we turn back. No arguments." We continued on, the anticipation building with each step. The bend in the trail revealed a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a cabin. It was old, dilapidated, and looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The wood was weathered and gray, and the roof sagged in places. The windows were dark and empty, like vacant eyes staring out into the woods. A sense of unease washed over me. This place felt wrong, like it was steeped in something dark and forgotten. Even Chloe, the ever-enthusiastic adventurer, seemed to have lost some of her usual spark. "Wow," she said quietly, her voice lacking its usual vibrancy. "That's creepy." Liam just shook his head. "I told you we shouldn't have come this way." We stood there for a moment, the silence of the forest pressing in on us. There was something about the cabin that held a strange allure, a morbid curiosity that drew us closer despite the feeling of dread that was beginning to creep into our hearts. Should we take a look?" Chloe asked hesitantly. I wanted to say no, to turn around and run back the way we came, but the words caught in my throat. There was a strange pull, an almost magnetic force that seemed to emanate from the cabin, beckoning us closer. Liam looked from Chloe to me, his face etched with concern. "I really don't think that's a good idea. This place gives me the creeps." But the lure of the unknown, the desire to uncover the secrets that the old cabin held, was too strong to resist. Against Liam's better judgment, we started to walk towards it, our footsteps crunching on the dry leaves that covered the ground. As we got closer, we began to notice details that we hadn't seen from a distance. Strange symbols were carved into the wooden walls, symbols that looked ancient and unfamiliar. They were intricate and unsettling, and they seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. And then we smelled it. A faint, sickly sweet odor that hung heavy in the air, the unmistakable scent of decay. It was faint at first, but as we approached the cabin door, it grew stronger, more pungent, making our stomachs churn. That's when the feeling of unease turned into something much darker, something akin to pure terror. We had found more than just an old cabin in the woods. We had stumbled upon something ancient, something sinister, something that had been waiting for us. And in that moment, standing on the threshold of that decaying cabin, we knew we had made a terrible mistake. The closer we got to the cabin, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thick and heavy, as if something unseen was pressing down on us. The scent of decay intensified, a cloying sweetness mixed with an earthy, almost metallic tang that made my nostrils flare and my stomach churn. It was the kind of smell that spoke of things long dead, of processes that should have remained buried and forgotten. Liam was the first to voice our collective apprehension. "Guys, I really don't like this. We should just go." His voice was tight, strained, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. Chloe, though visibly pale, still held a sliver of her earlier curiosity. But what if there's something inside? Something that explains all this? I found myself torn. A primal instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to put as much distance as possible between us and this unsettling place. But a morbid fascination, the kind that often draws people to disaster scenes, kept my feet rooted to the spot. The cabin door hung crookedly on its hinges, a dark, gaping maw that seemed to swallow the already dim light. We could hear the faintest of sounds coming from within, a soft rustling, like dry leaves being dragged across a wooden floor. And something else, something that sounded like a low, guttural whisper, though it was so faint I almost dismissed it as the wind. Liam reached out a trembling hand towards the door, then quickly retracted it. "I'm not going in there." Chloe and I exchanged uneasy glances. The fear was palpable now, a tangible presence that clung to us like the sticky air. But the silence from within the cabin was somehow more terrifying than any noise. It felt like something was waiting, holding its breath, observing us from the darkness. Finally, Chloe, driven by her insatiable curiosity, pushed the door open a little wider. The hinges shrieked in protest, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness of the woods. A gust of stale, fetid air rushed out, carrying with it the full force of the decaying scent. It was overwhelming, almost suffocating, and I had to fight the urge to gag. The interior of the cabin was plunged in near darkness. Our eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom after the filtered sunlight outside. Slowly, shapes began to emerge from the shadows. The room was small, a single, cramped space. Dust lay thick on every surface, coating the rough, hewn wooden walls and the dirt floor. In the center of the room was a crude wooden table, and on it lay several objects that made my blood run cold. There were bones, small and delicate, that looked like they belonged to birds or small animals, arranged in a disturbing pattern. Mixed with the bones were other, unidentifiable fragments, some dark and brittle, others still bearing traces of dried flesh. But it was the symbols carved into the walls that truly sent a wave of terror crashing over me. They were everywhere, etched deep into the wood, painted in what looked like dried blood, and even scratched into the dirt floor. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, a bizarre mix of geometric shapes, swirling lines, and grotesque figures that seemed to writhe and twist before my eyes. There was a sense of malevolence about them, an ancient, unholy energy that radiated from the very walls of the cabin. As our eyes scanned the room, we noticed other disturbing details. In one corner, a pile of what looked like animal hides lay stacked haphazardly. In another, a collection of strange tools, knives with wickedly curved blades, rusty hooks, and other implements whose purpose we couldn't even begin to fathom hung from the wall. And then we saw it. In the far corner of the cabin, partially obscured by shadow, was something larger. As our eyes adjusted further, the shape began to resolve itself. It was a figure slumped against the wall. It was difficult to make out details in the dim light, but it appeared to be human-sized, though unnaturally thin and still. A wave of nausea washed over me. The smell, the symbols, the bones, the tools, it all pointed to something horrific, something unspeakable. This wasn't just an abandoned cabin, it was something far more sinister. Liam grabbed Chloe's arm. "We need to get out of here. Now." His voice was barely a whisper, filled with a fear that mirrored my own. Chloe, her face ashen, nodded mutely. Her earlier curiosity had vanished, replaced by a terror that was etched in her wide eyes. We started to back away slowly, our eyes fixed on the slumped figure in the corner, half expecting it to move, to stir. The rustling sound we had heard earlier seemed to grow slightly louder, and the faint whispering became a little more distinct, though still unintelligible. Just as we reached the doorway, a sound from the corner made us freeze. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, like something heavy being dragged across the floor. Our eyes darted back to the figure. It was still slumped against the wall, but its head was now tilted at an unnatural angle, and we could just make out two dark, empty sockets where its eyes should have been. That was all it took. The sight of those empty eye sockets, coupled with the scraping sound and the overwhelming stench of decay, snapped us out of our horrified paralysis. We turned and fled, scrambling out of the cabin and back into the relative light of the clearing. We didn't stop running. We didn't look back. We just ran, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding in our chests. The image of that eyeless figure burned into our minds. We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, our feet catching on roots and rocks. We didn't care about the scratches or the stumbles. All we cared about was putting as much distance as possible between us and that cabin. The trail that had seemed so long and winding on the way, it now felt even more treacherous as we raced back. The trees seemed to watch us, their shadows stretching and contorting in the fading light, as if they were reaching out to grab us. The silence of the forest was no longer peaceful. It felt menacing, filled with unseen eyes and unheard whispers. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst back onto the main trail, the familiar surroundings of the marked path a welcome sight. We didn't stop running until we reached our campsite, our bodies shaking, our breath coming in ragged gasps. We collapsed onto the ground, our minds reeling from what we had just witnessed. The normalcy of the campsite, our tents, the fire pit, our backpacks seemed surreal after the horrors we had encountered in that cabin. Liam was the first to speak, his voice hoarse. What was that thing? Chloe just shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I don't know, I don't want to know. We sat there for a long time, huddled together, trying to make sense of what we had seen. But the truth was, there was no sense to be made. It was something beyond our comprehension, something that belonged in a nightmare. As darkness fell, the sounds of the forest seemed amplified. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sending a jolt of fear through us. We huddled around the dying embers of our campfire, the flickering light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to mimic the grotesque symbols we had seen in the cabin. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those empty eye sockets staring back at me, the scent of decay filling my nostrils, and I could have sworn I could still hear that faint, guttural whispering carried on the wind. We broke camp at dawn, our movements quick and frantic. We packed our gear in record time, eager to leave this place behind. We didn't speak much as we worked, the unspoken horror hanging heavy in the air between us. As we drove away from the campground, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something from the deep woods was following us, its unseen eyes fixed on our retreating backs. And even now, years later, that feeling still lingers, especially when the wind howls just right, carrying with it the faintest of whispers. The drive home was silent, punctuated only by the low hum of the car tires on the asphalt. Liam drove, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Chloe sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window, her face pale and drawn. I was in the back, curled into a ball, my mind still replaying the horrifying images from the cabin. We didn't talk about it, not then, not for a long time after. It was as if speaking the words aloud would somehow make the nightmare real, would give it more power over us. We tried to return to our normal lives. Liam went back to his meticulous planning and his steady routine. Chloe threw herself into her art, her canvases becoming filled with dark, swirling shapes that sometimes, when I saw them, sent a familiar chill down my spine. As for me, I tried to bury the memory, to tell myself it was just a bad dream, a trick of the light in an old, abandoned cabin, but the scent of decay lingered in my nostrils, and the image of those empty eye sockets haunted my waking thoughts. The worst part, though, was the whispers. They started subtly, just at the edge of my hearing, like the wind rustling through dry leaves. But as the days turned into weeks, they grew more distinct, more insistent. They came in my dreams, a chorus of low, guttural voices speaking in a language I didn't understand, yet somehow felt deep in my bones. They seemed to be calling my name, a drawn-out, sibilant sound that would wake me in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. I tried to ignore them, to tell myself it was just stress, just my mind playing tricks on me after the terrifying experience. But the whispers persisted, seeping into my waking hours as well. Sometimes when I was alone, I would hear them faintly, a barely audible murmur just behind me, like someone was breathing down my neck. I started having trouble sleeping. The moment I closed my eyes, the darkness would fill with those grotesque symbols, the eyeless figure lurking in the corner, and the incessant whispering. I would often lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the night, every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window making me jump. I knew I wasn't the only one who was affected. I saw it in Liam's jumpiness, the way he would startle at sudden noises. I saw it in Chloe's increasingly dark and disturbing artwork, the haunted look in her eyes. But we never spoke about it. It was like we had all agreed to pretend it never happened, to lock it away in some dark corner of our minds. But the silence only made the fear fester. It grew in the darkness, feeding on our unspoken anxieties and our shared trauma. I started to feel isolated, like I was the only one who was truly being haunted by what we had found in that cabin. One night I had a particularly vivid dream. I was back in the cabin, the air thick with the smell of decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse and writhe, and the whispering was louder than ever, swirling around me like a suffocating cloud. The eyeless figure in the corner began to move, its thin, skeletal limbs twitching. It slowly raised its head, and even though it had no eyes, I felt its gaze fixed on me, a cold, malevolent stare that pierced through the darkness. Then it opened its mouth, and the whispering intensified, coalescing into a single, chilling word that echoed through the cabin: Sarah. I woke up screaming, my body drenched in sweat. Liam, who was staying on my couch that night because I had been having so many nightmares, rushed into my room, his face etched with concern. Sarah, what is it? What happened? I couldn't speak. I was still shaking, the sound of that whispered word echoing in my ears. I just clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. That night, we finally broke the silence. I told Liam about the dreams, about the whispers, about the constant feeling of being watched. He listened patiently, his face growing increasingly grim as I spoke. When I was finished, he told me that he had been having nightmares too, though not as vivid as mine. He admitted that he often heard faint whispers in the quiet moments, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of those woods. The next day we called Chloe. We hadn't spoken to her much since the camping trip, both of us avoiding the awkwardness of discussing what had happened. But now, we knew we had to talk. We met at a small coffee shop, the familiar sounds of the bustling cafe a stark contrast to the terrifying silence of the forest. Chloe looked even worse than I expected. Her eyes were shadowed, and she seemed withdrawn and jumpy. When we told her about our nightmares and the whispers, she didn't seem surprised. In fact, she admitted that she had been experiencing the same things. She had been having vivid dreams of the cabin, and she too heard the whispers, especially when she was alone in her studio. It was a relief to finally talk about it, to know that we weren't alone in our fear. But it was also deeply unsettling. It meant that whatever we had encountered in that cabin hadn't just stayed there. It had somehow followed us, latched onto us, and was now our lives. We talked for hours that day, trying to make sense of it all. We considered going to the police, but what would we tell them? That we found an old cabin in the woods with strange symbols and a bad smell. That we saw a creepy figure with no eyes. They would think we were crazy. We thought about going back to the cabin, but the idea filled us with a primal dread. We couldn't bring ourselves to face whatever was lurking there again. In the end, we didn't come up with any answers. All we had was our shared experience, our lingering fear, and the unsettling whispers that continued to haunt us. Years have passed since that camping trip. We've all moved on with our lives, at least on the surface. Liam is married now, with a young daughter. Chloe has become a successful artist, her work often exploring themes of darkness and the macabre. I have a good job and a comfortable life. But the memory of that weekend in the woods still lingers, a dark shadow in the back of my mind. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear the whispers, faint and distant, but undeniably there. They seem to come from the darkness, carried on the wind, a constant reminder of what we found in that cabin and the terrible mistake we made by venturing down that unmarked trail. I don't know what was in that cabin. I don't know what those symbols meant, and I don't know why the whispers still follow me. But I know one thing for sure: there are places in this world that are best left undisturbed, secrets that are better left buried. And sometimes, the greatest adventure you can have is the one you choose not to take. Because sometimes what you find in the deep woods is more than you bargained for, more than you can handle, and it might just follow you home. And that, more than anything, is the true scary story of our camping trip near the Manistee National Forest. My name is Alex. I'm writing this while I was Alex. Let's just say this is a posthumous recounting, a digital ghost story typed out in the ether of whatever Fi connection might still be clinging to my last used device. If you're reading this, heed my warning. What I experienced in the Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park last summer wasn't just bad luck or a run-in with a wild animal. It was something else. Something that preyed on my arrogance, my misplaced confidence, and ultimately my life. For years, I'd prided myself on being an experienced hiker. Not just a casual weekend warrior who sticks to well-trodden paths, but the real deal. I'd summited peaks that kissed the clouds, navigated through dense forests where sunlight barely pierced the canopy, and slept under star-dusted skies in places so remote, the silence felt like a tangible thing. I'd pored over maps, studied survival techniques, and meticulously planned every trip, always believing I was prepared for anything the wilderness could throw my way. That was my first mistake, the unwavering belief in my own invincibility against the raw power of nature. My love affair with the outdoors started young. Growing up in Michigan, my dad would take me on camping trips to the Upper Peninsula. I remember being awestruck by the vastness of the forests, the crystal clear lakes, and the feeling of being utterly insignificant yet perfectly connected to something ancient and powerful. As I got older, these weekend excursions evolved into more challenging solo adventures. I craved the solitude, the challenge of relying solely on my own skills and judgment, and the profound sense of accomplishment that came with conquering a difficult trail. I'd tackled sections of the Appalachian Trail, explored the rugged beauty of Isle Royale National Park, and even ventured into some of the less-known wilderness areas of the western states. Each trip added another layer to my perceived expertise, reinforcing the idea that I was capable of handling anything. I meticulously researched gear, always opting for the lightest and most reliable equipment. I knew how to read a compass and map, build a fire in any weather, and identify edible plants, though I rarely had to rely on that last skill. I considered myself a seasoned veteran of the wilderness, someone who respected nature but wasn't intimidated by it. Last summer, I decided on a solo trip to the Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park, often referred to locally as the Porkies. I'd heard whispers of its untamed beauty, its old-growth forests, and the stunning views from the Lake of the Clouds. It seemed like the perfect place for a challenging yet rewarding solo trek. I spent weeks planning the itinerary, poring over trail maps, and gathering supplies. I meticulously checked the weather forecast, which predicted clear skies and mild temperatures for the duration of my planned trip. Everything seemed to be falling into place perfectly. The drive up to the Upper Peninsula was beautiful. The landscape gradually transformed from rolling farmland to dense forests, and the air grew crisper and cleaner with every mile. As I got closer to the Porkies, I felt that familiar thrill of anticipation, the excitement of stepping away from the noise and distractions of everyday life and immersing myself in the tranquility of the wilderness. I picked up my permit at the visitor center, a small, unassuming building that seemed to hum with the quiet energy of the surrounding woods. The ranger on duty gave me a brief overview of the trail conditions and pointed out a few areas of recent bear activity, reminding me to store my food properly. I nodded confidently, already feeling like an old hand at this. I started my hike on a bright, sunny morning. The air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only sounds were the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves under my boots. The initial part of the trail was well maintained and relatively easy, winding through towering stands of hemlock and maple. I passed a few other hikers, mostly families and couples enjoying a day in nature. We exchanged brief smiles and nods, a silent acknowledgement of our shared appreciation for the wilderness. As the day wore on, the crowds thinned out, and I ventured onto a less traveled section of the trail that promised more solitude and a more challenging climb. This was where I felt most at home, away from the casual hikers, pushing myself physically and mentally. The trail became steeper and rockier, and the forest grew denser, casting long shadows even in the midday sun. I relished the feeling of my muscles working, the rhythm of my breathing, and the quiet satisfaction of making progress through the wilderness. I made good time and reached my planned campsite by late afternoon. It was a secluded spot nestled beside a small stream, surrounded by towering pines. I quickly set up my tent, a familiar routine that brought a sense of comfort and security. I then gathered some firewood and started a small fire, the crackling flames providing a welcome warmth as the temperature began to drop with the approaching evening. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated food, savoring every bite as I watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple. As darkness descended, the forest transformed. The familiar sounds of daytime gave way to the hushed whispers of the night. The chirping of birds was replaced by the hooting of owls and the rustling of unseen creatures in the underbrush. I felt a sense of peace and contentment, a feeling of being completely alone, yet perfectly at home in the vastness of the wilderness. I crawled into my sleeping bag, the warmth enveloping me as I gazed up at the star-studded sky through the mesh of my tent. This was it, I thought. This was the reason I love backpacking. This feeling of being so connected to nature, so far removed from the stresses of everyday life. It was sometime in the middle of the night when I first noticed it. A subtle change in the atmosphere, a feeling of unease that prickled the back of my neck. The usual sounds of the forest seemed to have gone silent, replaced by an almost oppressive stillness. I strained my ears, trying to discern what had disturbed my sleep. At first, I heard nothing. Then, a faint sound reached me, a soft crunching of leaves somewhere in the distance. I dismissed it as a deer or some other small animal and tried to drift back to sleep. But the feeling of unease persisted. I felt like I was being watched, a sensation that sent a shiver down my spine despite the relative warmth of my sleeping bag. I lay there in the darkness, my senses on high alert, listening for any further sounds. The crunching of leaves came again, this time closer, and then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my tent. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a primal sound that spoke of immense size and predatory intent. My heart started to pound in my chest, and a wave of fear washed over me. This was no deer. This was something else entirely, something I wasn't prepared for. And this was before I even made my fatal mistake. My arrogance had lulled me into a false sense of security, and now, deep in the heart of the Porkies, something was about to prove me horribly wrong. The first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, casting long, dancing shadows across my tent. I woke up feeling groggy and disoriented, the unsettling growl from the previous night still echoing in the back of my mind. I lay there for a moment, trying to convince myself it had been just a bad dream, the product of an overactive imagination fueled by the solitude and the darkness. But the lingering unease in my gut told me otherwise. That sound had been real, and it had been terrifying. I cautiously unzipped my tent and peered out. The forest looked peaceful in the morning light, the dew-kissed leaves shimmering like tiny jewels. Birds chirped merrily, and a gentle breeze rustled through the branches. Everything seemed normal, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I decided to make a quick breakfast and break camp, eager to put some distance between myself and whatever had made that sound in the night. As I packed up my gear, I kept glancing around, half expecting to see some monstrous creature lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the familiar beauty of the forest, a beauty that now felt tainted by a sense of unseen menace. I ate my cold oatmeal quickly, the taste bland and unappetizing. I wanted to get moving, to get back on the trail and put this strange encounter behind me. I consulted my map, planning my route for the day. I had initially intended to hike a loop that would bring me back to my car in a couple of days. However, after the unsettling night, I decided to cut the trip short and head back towards the main trailhead. As I studied the map, I noticed something that I had overlooked in my initial planning. A section of the trail I had intended to take was marked with a series of dashed lines and a small note indicating trail closure, unsafe conditions. I frowned. That particular trail segment cut through a more remote and rugged part of the park, offering stunning views from a high ridge. It was one of the main reasons I had chosen this route. I vaguely remembered seeing a mention of trail closures on the park's website, but I had dismissed it at the time, assuming it was due to some minor maintenance issue or perhaps some lingering snow at higher elevations. I figured that as an experienced hiker, I could handle whatever unsafe conditions might be present. That was my second, and perhaps most fatal, mistake. The arrogance that had served me well in the past was now blinding me to a potential danger. I told myself that the Park Service probably overreacted to minor risks, that they had to cater to hikers of all skill levels. I convinced myself that my experience and careful footing would allow me to navigate any obstacles. Besides, I reasoned taking the detour around the closed section would add significant time and distance to my hike, and I was already feeling a bit unnerved after the previous night. Ignoring the nagging voice of caution in the back of my mind, I decided to proceed with my original plan and take the closed trail. I figured I would just be extra careful and turn back if I encountered any real hazards. With a renewed sense of determination or perhaps stubbornness, I set off in the direction of the closed trail, the unsettling growl from the night before slowly fading into the background of my thoughts. It wasn't long before I reached the point where the trail closure began. There were clear signs posted, bright yellow with bold black lettering, DNGR TRAIL slow stio non NTR. Below that, in smaller print, it mentioned unstable terrain and potential wildlife hazards. Most people would have turned back at this point. Most rational people, anyway. But I, in my infinite wisdom, stepped right past the signs and onto the forbidden path. The difference was immediately noticeable. The well-maintained trail I had been on abruptly ended, replaced by a narrow, overgrown path that looked like it hadn't been used in months. The forest here felt different too. The trees were older and thicker, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The undergrowth was dense and tangled, making it difficult to see where I was stepping. The air felt heavier, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy. An eerie silence hung in the air. The cheerful chirping of birds had vanished, replaced by an unsettling stillness. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath, watching me with unseen eyes. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that the change in atmosphere was simply due to the less traveled nature of the trail. But a growing sense of unease began to creep into my thoughts. As I ventured deeper into the closed section, the terrain became increasingly challenging. The trail, if you could even call it that anymore, wound its way up a steep, rocky slope. Loose stones and crumbling earth made footing treacherous, and I had to concentrate intently on every step to avoid a fall. The dense vegetation snagged at my clothes and pack, slowing my progress. I started to wonder if ignoring the trail closure had been such a good idea after all. I pressed on, driven by a stubborn refusal to admit I had made a mistake. I told myself that the views from the ridge would be worth the effort, that the challenge was part of the adventure. But the further I went, the more isolated and uneasy I felt. I hadn't seen another person since I had passed the trail closure signs. The feeling of solitude that I usually cherished now felt heavy and oppressive. I started noticing other things too, subtle details that added to my growing sense of unease. I saw tracks in the mud that were unlike anything I had ever seen before, too large for a deer, too wide for a bear. They were deep and clearly defined, as if made by something incredibly heavy. I tried to rationalize them, telling myself they were perhaps made by a moose, although I knew moose were rare in this part of the park. Then there were the sounds. Not the distinct growl from the previous night, but more subtle noises, the snapping of twigs in the distance, the rustling of leaves just out of sight, the feeling of being constantly watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden presence. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My earlier confidence had completely evaporated, replaced by a gnawing fear that something was very wrong. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to cloud over, and the temperature started to drop. The forest grew darker and more foreboding. I realized that I wouldn't reach the high ridge before nightfall. Reluctantly, I decided to find a suitable spot to set up camp. I found a small clearing near a dry creek bed, a relatively flat area that offered some semblance of shelter from the elements. As I went about the familiar routine of setting up my tent, a profound sense of dread washed over me. I was alone, deep in a closed section of a wilderness area, and I had a growing feeling that I was not alone in the forest. The unsettling sounds and the strange tracks had planted a seed of fear in my mind, a fear that was now beginning to blossom into full-blown terror. The memory of the guttural growl from the previous night returned with chilling clarity. This time, however, the sound felt closer, more real. As darkness began to envelop the forest, I huddled inside my tent, listening intently to the sounds of the night. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever had made that sound was still out there. And this time I had a feeling it was much closer. My decision to ignore those trail closure signs, fueled by my own arrogance, had led me into a place where I didn't belong, and I had a terrible feeling that I was about to pay a very steep price for my mistake. The heavy silence of the forest was broken only by the frantic beating of my own heart, a drumbeat counting down to whatever nightmare the darkness held. The darkness outside my tent was absolute, a thick, suffocating blanket that seemed to press in on all sides. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of panic through me. I lay huddled in my sleeping bag, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The low, guttural growl from the previous night replayed in my mind, amplified by the oppressive silence that followed. Then I heard it again. This time there was no mistaking it. A heavy footfall landing softly on the damp earth just outside my tent. It was followed by another, and then another, each step deliberate and measured. Something large was moving around my campsite. Terror gripped me. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands shaking so violently that I could barely hold on to it. I flicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, illuminating the thin nylon of my tent wall. I held my breath, listening intently. The footsteps continued circling my small shelter. Whatever it was big. Very big. Then came the breathing. Heavy, ragged breaths that sounded like a bellows being worked by some monstrous force. The sound was so close, it felt like the creature was right outside my head. I could almost feel the hot, faded air against the fabric of the tent. My mind raced, trying to identify what could make such a sound. A bear. A mountain lion. This was bigger, heavier. The breathing was too deep, too resonant. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I knew I had to do something, but I was frozen with fear. My only weapon was a small camping knife, hardly adequate against whatever was lurking outside. I considered trying to make noise to scare it away, but the primal fear that gripped me told me that this creature wasn't easily intimidated. It felt predatory, like it knew I was here, and it was just a matter of time. The circling continued, the heavy footsteps and ragged breathing the only sounds in the otherwise silent forest. It felt like an eternity, each moment stretching into an agonizing length. I could hear branches snapping as the creature moved through the undergrowth, its immense size making no attempt at stealth. It was as if it wanted me to know it was there, to feel the dread building inside me. Suddenly, the circling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the sounds had been. I held my breath, straining my ears, trying to discern what the creature was doing. Then, I heard a new sound. A low, rumbling growl, closer now, right outside the tent. The fabric of the tent trembled slightly, as if something heavy had brushed against it. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt utterly helpless, trapped inside my flimsy nylon shelter with something huge and unseen just inches away. I whispered a silent prayer, a desperate plea for deliverance. The growling intensified, morphing into a series of guttural snarls. Whatever was outside was agitated, its patience seemingly wearing thin. I could hear its heavy breathing just outside the tent wall, and then a new sound, the unmistakable sound of sniffing. It was sniffing my tent, trying to get a sense of what was inside. Tears streamed down my face. I knew this was it. There was no escape. My arrogance, my decision to ignore the trail closure signs, had led me to this terrifying moment. I had thought I was experienced, that I could handle anything the wilderness threw my way, but I was wrong, horribly wrong. Then the tent ripped, a sharp, tearing sound that made me scream. A massive claw, or something equally sharp and powerful, tore through the side of my tent, creating a long gash in the fabric. Cold night air rushed in. and I could see a dark shape looming outside. I scrambled to the other side of the tent, my mind racing, trying to find a way out, but there was nowhere to go. The creature ripped another gash in the tent, this time closer to me. I could see a glimpse of something dark and hairy, something immense and terrifying. I grabbed my camping knife, my only pathetic defense against this unseen horror. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto it. I lunged towards the tier in the tent, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature, to at least know what was about to kill me. What I saw in the brief flash of my headlamp beam sent a primal terror coursing through my veins. It was huge, far larger than any bear I had ever seen. Its eyes glowed with an eerie red light in the darkness, and its teeth were long and sharp, glinting menacingly. I couldn't make out its exact form, but the sheer size and the malevolent aura it exuded were enough to paralyze me with fear. It roared, a deafening sound that echoed through the forest, and lunged at my tent. The flimsy nylon offered no resistance. The creature tore through the remaining fabric like it was paper, its massive form filling the small space. I screamed, a raw, primal scream of pure terror. I swung my knife wildly, a desperate act of defiance against the inevitable. I felt it connect with something solid, but it had no effect. The creature was too big, too strong. Then, I felt a searing pain, a crushing pressure on my chest. I couldn't breathe. I looked down and saw a massive, hairy hand gripping me, its claws digging into my flesh. I screamed again, but the sound was muffled, choked off by the immense pressure. I tried to fight to Junja, but it was no use. I was completely helpless in the grip of this monstrous creature. It lifted me up like I weighed nothing, its glowing red eyes fixed on mine. I saw no intelligence in those eyes, only a cold, predatory hunger. The last thing I saw was the dark, gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth as it lunged towards me. Then, there was only darkness. They never found my body. Just my abandoned campsite, my torn tent, and a few scattered belongings. The rangers chalked it up to a bear attack, a tragic accident in the wilderness. They closed the trail permanently, deeming it too dangerous. But I know what happened to me in the Porcupine Mountains that night. It wasn't a bear. It was something else. Something ancient and evil that roams those deep woods. Something that preys on the arrogance of those who think they know better than nature. So, if you ever find yourself hiking in the Porkies, or any remote wilderness area, heed my warning. Respect the power of nature. Don't ignore the signs, because out there in the darkness there are things that go bump in the night, things far more terrifying than you can ever imagine. And sometimes the wilderness claims those who are foolish enough to underestimate it. My name was Alex, and I didn't make it out of the Porkies. Don't make the same mistake I did. My name is Ben, and if there's one thing you need to know about me, it's that I have a peculiar fascination with the forgotten. While most people spend their weekends brunching or catching the latest blockbuster, I'm usually knee deep in overgrown weeds, flashlight in hand, exploring the skeletal remains of what once was. Abandoned buildings, crumbling factories, forgotten towns, they all whisper stories of lives lived and histories faded. Michigan, with its rich industrial past and vast stretches of wilderness, is a veritable playground for someone like me. I've explored countless abandoned locations across the state, from the eerie silence of deserted hospitals to the ghostly echoes in defunct auto plants. Each place holds a unique, kind of morbid beauty. There's a thrill in piecing together the fragments of the past, in imagining the lives that once filled these now empty spaces. Some might call it creepy, maybe even a little morbid, but for me, it's a way to connect with history on a visceral level. Recently, my attention had been drawn to a particular rumor that had been circulating in some of the more obscure online forums I frequent. It spoke of an old logging camp, long since swallowed by the dense forests of the Huron-Manistee National Forests. This wasn't just any abandoned camp, though. The whispers hinted at something darker, something sinister. Tales of strange rituals, unexplained disappearances, and an unsettling atmosphere that clung to the place like a persistent fog. Of course, for anyone else, these rumors might serve as a warning, a reason to steer clear. But for me, it was an irresistible siren call. The more I read, the more I felt this pull, this need to see it for myself, to uncover the truth behind the whispers. I spent hours poring over old maps and satellite imagery, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the rumored camp. The Huron-Manistee National Forests are vast, a sprawling expanse of trees and trails, and finding a long-forgotten logging camp wouldn't be easy. Finally, after days of research, I managed to narrow down a potential area. It was deep within the forest, far from any marked trails or established campgrounds. This only added to the allure. The more remote and inaccessible a place was, the more likely it was to hold secrets worth uncovering. I knew going alone was probably foolish. My friends, what few I had who even remotely understood my hobby, would have undoubtedly tried to talk me out of it. They'd cite safety concerns, the unpredictability of the wilderness, the general creepiness factor, and they wouldn't be wrong. But there's a certain solitude I find in these explorations, a sense of being truly alone with the ghosts of the past. Besides, I reasoned, the rumors were likely just that, rumors. Exaggerated tales passed down through generations, growing more outlandish with each retelling. So I packed my gear. A sturdy backpack filled with essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, plenty of water and non-perishable food, a first aid kit, a reliable compass, and maps. Despite my reliance on GPS, I always believe in having backups, and of course, my trusty flashlight and a few extra batteries. I also brought my camera, hoping to document whatever I found. Not for any kind of online fame or recognition, but simply for my own records, my own way of preserving these forgotten places. The drive to the general area took several hours. As I ventured deeper into the Huron-Manistee, the paved roads gave way to gravel tracks, and then eventually to little more than overgrown logging trails. The air grew cooler, the sunlight filtering through the dense canopy in dappled patterns. The silence of the forest was profound, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves or the distant call of a bird. It was the kind of silence that felt both peaceful and slightly unnerving, a silence that seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I parked my car off the side of one of the less traveled tracks, making sure it was well concealed. From there, it was going to be a hike of several miles. I shouldered my backpack, checked my compass, and started into the woods. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves and decaying logs, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The trees loomed tall and silent, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a natural cathedral of shadows. As I hiked deeper, the feeling of isolation intensified. I didn't see another soul, no signs of recent human activity. It was as if I had stepped back in time into a world untouched by the modern age. This was exactly what I was looking for. After a couple of hours of trekking, following the faint remnants of what might have once been a road, I started to see signs. A rusted piece of machinery half buried in the undergrowth, the moss-covered remains of a stone foundation. My heart quickened with anticipation. I was getting close. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw them. A cluster of dilapidated wooden cabins, their roofs sagging, windows broken and dark. They stood huddled together in a small clearing, surrounded by a tangle of weeds and overgrown bushes. This was it, the old logging camp. A sense of excitement mixed with a prickle of unease washed over me. The place had a desolate, almost mournful air about it. The silence here felt heavier, more oppressive than in the surrounding forest. It was the silence of a place that had been abandoned not just by people, but by time itself. I approached cautiously, stepping over fallen branches and pushing aside overgrown vines. The cabins were in various states of decay. Some had partially collapsed, their walls leaning precariously. Others still stood relatively intact, their dark interiors hinting at the secrets they held within. I decided to start with the largest cabin, which appeared to have been some kind of communal building or mess hall. The front door hung crookedly on its hinges, creaking ominously in the gentle breeze. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The air inside was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. Dust motes danced in the faint light that filtered through the grimy windows. The room was mostly empty, save for a few overturned tables and chairs, and the remnants of what might have been a wood-burning stove in one corner. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I moved further into the room. It was in the corner of this main room, tucked away beneath a pile of debris, that I found it, a small, leather-bound journal. Its cover was worn and cracked, the pages yellowed with age. My fingers trembled slightly as I picked it up. This could be it, the source of the rumors. I sat down on a relatively stable looking chair and carefully opened the journal. The first few pages were filled with mundane entries, detailing the daily routines of the logging camp, the work, the weather, the occasional complaint about the food. The handwriting was neat and legible, the language simple and straightforward. But as I continued to read, the tone of the entries began to shift. There were mentions of strange occurrences in the woods, of unsettling sounds in the night. Then came the references to rituals, to offerings made in the dead of night. The handwriting became more erratic, the language more frantic. My heart pounded in my chest as I read about the disappearances. Men who had simply vanished without a trace, their bunks empty, their tools left behind. The journal entry spoke of fear, of a growing sense of dread that permeated the camp. I flipped through the pages, my eyes scanning the increasingly desperate words. The rituals became more elaborate, more disturbing. The disappearances became more frequent. And then I reached the last entry. The date at the top of the page sent a chill down my spine. It was today's date. The handwriting on this last page was barely legible, a scrawl of fear and desperation. It spoke of a presence in the woods, something ancient and malevolent that had been awakened. It mentioned a ritual that was supposed to appease it, but that had clearly failed. The last sentence was chilling. They're here. I can hear them outside. God help us all. A sudden gust of wind rattled the windows of the cabin, and I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked around the empty room, my senses on high alert. The silence now felt menacing, filled with unseen eyes and unheard whispers. I didn't stay long enough to write my own entry. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I had stumbled upon something truly evil, and I needed to get out of there. Now, I stood up, clutching the journal in my hand, and turned to leave the cabin. But as I reached the doorway, I froze. Standing just outside, their forms silhouetted against the fading light of the late afternoon, were figures. Tall, gaunt figures that seemed to blend into the shadows of the surrounding trees. They were just standing there perfectly still, watching me. A primal fear gripped me, paralyzing me for a moment. Then instinct took over. I turned and fled, deeper into the cabin, away from the doorway and whatever horrors awaited me outside. I had made a terrible mistake coming here. A mistake that might very well cost me my life. Panic surged through me, a cold wave that washed away any semblance of rational thought. My breath hitched in my throat as I scrambled further into the dilapidated cabin. The back wall was partially collapsed, revealing a gaping hole that looked out into the dense woods. It was my only chance. Without hesitation, I lunged towards the opening, ignoring the sharp edges of splintered wood that scraped against my skin. I squeezed through the gap, landing awkwardly on the uneven ground outside. Thorns and briars snagged at my clothes, but I didn't care. I had to get away. I didn't dare look back. The image of those silent, shadowy figures burned in my mind, fueling my desperate flight. I plunged into the thick undergrowth, pushing through tangled bushes and leaping over fallen logs. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees becoming a blur as I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. The journal, still clutched tightly in my hand, felt like a lead weight. I wanted to drop it, to shed any connection to that cursed place, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand what I had stumbled upon, kept me holding on to it. I could hear the rustling of leaves behind me, the snapping of twigs. They were following me. I didn't need to see them to know. Their presence was a palpable weight in the air, a suffocating dread that pressed down on me from all sides. I veered off the barely discernible path, hoping to lose them in the dense foliage. The forest floor was treacherous, littered with hidden roots and loose stones. I stumbled and nearly fell several times, but the fear of what was behind me propelled me forward. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed among the trees. The forest, already unsettling in the daylight, was transforming into a nightmarish landscape. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. In the fading light, I thought I saw movement, fleeting glimpses of dark shapes between the trees. They weren't running, not exactly. They seemed to be gliding, their movements unnervingly silent and fluid. It was as if the forest itself was moving, closing in on me. My breath came in ragged gasps. I knew I couldn't keep this pace up for long. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and a stitch in my side threatened to cripple me. But the thought of what would happen if they caught me kept me going. I needed to find my way back to my car. That was my only hope. But in my panic, I had lost all sense of direction. The woods looked the same in every direction, a confusing maze of trees and shadows. I stumbled upon a small creek, its water dark and murky. I didn't dare stop to drink, but the sight of it gave me an idea. Water often leads to trails, or at least to more open areas. I decided to follow the creek downstream, hoping it would lead me somewhere familiar. The terrain became even more difficult as I followed the winding course of the creek. The banks were steep and slippery, and I had to clamber over rocks and fallen logs. The sounds of the forest seemed to amplify in the twilight, every snap and rustle sending shivers down my spine. As darkness fully descended, the forest became a black void, the only light filtering through the dense canopy from the sliver of moon hidden behind the clouds. I fumbled in my backpack for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating a small circle around me. It was a small comfort, but it also made me feel more exposed, like a spotlight on a stage. I kept the beam moving, constantly scanning the surrounding woods, my senses straining to detect any sign of movement. The sounds of pursuit continued, the rustling and snapping now closer, more distinct. I could almost feel their presence just beyond the edge of the light, unseen but definitely there. Then I heard a new sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the darkness all around me. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. It was deeper, more primal, filled with an ancient hunger. Fear, raw and visceral, clawed at my throat. These weren't just people. Whatever they were something far more sinister. The journal entries flashed through my mind, the talk of rituals, of an ancient presence awakened. I picked up my pace, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I stumbled through the darkness. The growling intensified, closer now, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic thudding sound, like heavy footsteps on soft earth. Suddenly, I tripped over a root and fell heavily to the ground, my flashlight flying out of my hand. It landed a few feet away, its beam casting an eerie glow on the forest floor. I scrambled to get up, my ankle twisting painfully beneath me. A wave of despair washed over me. I was injured, alone, and hunted in the pitch-black darkness of a forest I didn't know. My chances of getting out of this alive felt slim. I crawled towards the flashlight, my eyes darting around, expecting to see those gaunt figures emerge from the shadows at any moment. I reached the flashlight just as I heard a twig snap close by. I flicked the beam towards the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. Standing just beyond the edge of the light was one of them. It was tall and impossibly thin, its limbs elongated and spindly. Its face was hidden in shadow, but I could see two glowing red eyes staring back at me. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me with those malevolent eyes. The growling intensified, and I could hear the soft thudding sounds approaching from other directions. I was surrounded. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but then a flicker of defiance sparked within me. I wasn't going to just lie down and die. I still had the journal. Maybe, just maybe, there was something in it that could help me. With trembling hands, I opened the journal to the last entry, the one dated today. I held it up to the flashlight beam, my eyes scanning the frantic scrawl. The last sentence echoed in my mind. They're here. I can hear them outside. God help us all. Below that, scrawled almost illegibly, were a few more words that I had missed in my initial panic. They were faint, as if written in desperation, in the final moments before whatever happened happened. I squinted, trying to make out the words. They were in some kind of archaic script, almost like runes. I didn't recognize them, but something about them felt ancient. As I stared at the strange symbols, a low humming sound filled the air. It seemed to vibrate through the ground, through my very bones. The red eyes of the figure in front of me seemed to glow brighter, and the growling intensified. Suddenly, the journal began to tremble in my hands. The pages fluttered violently, as if caught in a strong wind, even though there was no breeze. The humming sound grew louder, and the air around me seemed to crackle with an unseen energy. Then, the symbols on the last page began to glow with a faint, ethereal light. The light pulsed, growing brighter and brighter, until it felt like I was staring directly into the sun. I squeezed my eyes shut, shielding them from the intense light. The humming sound reached a deafening crescendo, and I felt a strange sensation, like my body was being pulled in 1,000 different directions. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The humming ceased, the light faded, and the trembling of the journal subsided. I slowly opened my eyes. The forest was still dark, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the blackness. The figure with the red eyes was gone. The growling had stopped. The soft thudding sounds were no longer audible. An eerie silence had descended upon the forest, a silence that felt different from the oppressive silence before. This silence felt empty. I looked down at the journal. The symbols on the last page were no longer glowing. They looked just like they had before, faint and mysterious. Had it all been in my head? Had the fear and panic finally pushed me over the edge? I didn't know. But one thing was certain. Whatever had happened, those figures were gone. For now, at least. I tried to stand up, but my ankle protested with a sharp pain. I was still injured, still lost, but I was alive. And maybe, just maybe, I had a chance to get out of this nightmare. Clutching the journal tightly, I picked up my flashlight and started to hobble through the darkness, following the faint sound of the creek. I didn't know where I was going or what awaited me, but I knew I had to keep moving. I had to survive. The woods were still filled with unseen dangers, with shadows that seemed to watch and listen. But now, I had something else with me. Something ancient and mysterious that had, perhaps, saved my life. I didn't understand it, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. The journal held the key to this nightmare, and I was determined to uncover its secrets. Even if it was the last thing I ever did, the adrenaline that had fueled my escape began to wane, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion, and a throbbing pain in my ankle. Every step was an agony, but the memory of those red eyes kept me moving. I followed the faint gurgle of the creek, the beam of my flashlight my only guide through the oppressive darkness. Hours crawled by. The forest remained eerily silent, the absence of the growls and thudding footsteps both a relief and a source of renewed anxiety. Was it truly over? Or were they simply waiting, watching from the shadows? The uncertainty was almost worse than the direct threat. As the first hints of dawn began to paint the eastern sky a pale gray, the forest slowly started to shed its cloak of darkness. The trees emerged from the gloom, their silhouettes stark against the lightening horizon. The air grew cooler, carrying the damp scent of pine and earth. With the increasing light, I managed to get a better sense of my surroundings. The terrain was rugged, a mix of dense woodland and rocky outcrops. The creek, which I had been following blindly, snaked its way through the landscape, its banks overgrown with thick vegetation. My ankle was badly swollen, making each step a painful ordeal. I knew I needed to rest, but the thought of stopping, of being vulnerable in this desolate place, filled me with unease. I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to reach safety. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a faint trail. It was overgrown and barely discernible, but it was a sign of civilization, a glimmer of hope in this terrifying ordeal. With renewed determination, I followed the trail, my pace slow and labored. The trail eventually led to a wider, more established path, and shortly after that, I heard the distant rumble of an engine. My heart leaped with joy. I wasn't alone. A few minutes later, I emerged from the trees onto a gravel road. A pickup truck was slowly making its way down the road, its headlights still on in the dim morning light. I waved my arms frantically, shouting for help. The truck stopped, and a grizzled old man with a weathered face and a suspicious gaze rolled down his window. "You all right there, son?" he asked, his voice rough. "Help me," I gasped, my voice hoarse. I was camping. I got lost. I didn't dare tell him the truth, not yet. I wasn't sure he'd believe me, and frankly, I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. He looked me up and down, taking in my disheveled appearance, the scratches on my arms and face, my swollen ankle. "Looks like you had a rough night," he said, a hint of concern in his voice. He helped me into the truck, and I directed him back towards where I had parked my car. The drive felt surreal, like waking up from a nightmare. The familiar sight of my car, still hidden amongst the trees, brought a wave of relief. I thanked the old man profusely, offering him what little cash I had on me. He initially refused, but I insisted. As he drove away, I leaned against my car, taking deep breaths of the crisp morning air. I was alive. I had made it out. But the experience had shaken me to my core. I opened the car door and slumped into the driver's seat, the journal still clutched in my hand. I stared at the worn leather cover, the weight of its contents heavy in my lap. I knew I couldn't just forget what had happened. I had seen something truly terrifying in those woods, something that defied explanation. And I had this journal, a first-hand account of the horrors that had plagued that logging camp. As I drove back towards civilization, the events of the past night replayed in my mind. The unsettling silence of the abandoned camp, the chilling entries in the journal, the gaunt figures with glowing red eyes, the strange humming sound, the glowing symbols. I still didn't understand what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure: the rumors were true. There was something evil lurking in the depths of the Huron, Manistee National Forests, something ancient and malevolent. Back home, safe within the familiar walls of my apartment, the reality of my experience began to sink in. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had brought something back with me, something more than just the journal. The silence of my apartment felt different now, heavier, filled with an unseen presence. I spent the next few days poring over the journal, trying to decipher the archaic script on the last page. I researched ancient languages and symbols, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for what I had witnessed. Finally, after hours of searching, I found something. A symbol that matched one of the markings in the journal. It was an ancient symbol associated with a forgotten deity, a being said to dwell in the deep woods, a creature of darkness and hunger. The more I researched, the more I realized the terrifying truth. The logging camp hadn't just been abandoned. It had been a place of worship, a site where unspeakable rituals had been performed to appease this ancient entity. And the disappearances, they weren't just random occurrences. They were sacrifices. The final entry in the journal, the one dated the day I arrived, it wasn't a coincidence. The writer hadn't just stumbled upon something evil. He had become the next offering. And I had almost joined him. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. What had saved me? Was it the journal itself? The power of those ancient symbols? I didn't know, but I wasn't willing to take any chances. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just let this evil continue to exist, to claim more victims. But what could I do? I was just one person, armed with nothing but an old journal and a terrifying story that no one would likely believe. Despite my fear, a sense of responsibility began to grow within me. I had seen the darkness, and I had survived. Maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe I was meant to warn others, to try and stop whatever was happening in those woods. I decided to share my story, to post it online in the hopes that someone, somewhere, would take it seriously. I knew I risked ridicule, disbelief, even accusations of making it all up. But I had to try. I started writing, my fingers flying across the keyboard, recounting every detail of my terrifying experience. As I wrote, I felt a sense of catharsis, a way of processing the trauma. But I also felt a growing unease, a feeling that I was being watched. I finished writing my account, carefully omitting the exact location of the logging camp, not wanting to lead anyone else into danger. I posted it on Reddit in the No Sleep subreddit, hoping it would serve as a warning to others who might be tempted to explore the forgotten corners of the world. I titled it, True Scary Camping and Hiking Bad Decisions in Deep Wood Horror Stories, My Trip to the Old Logging Camp. I hit the submit button and leaned back in my chair, a sense of exhaustion washing over me. I had done all I could. Now, all I could do was wait. But even as I tried to relax, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The woods were still out there, dark and silent, holding their ancient secrets. And somewhere, in the depths of the Huron, Manistee National Forest, something was still waiting, watching. A few days later, I checked the Reddit thread. My story had garnered a lot of attention. Some people were skeptical, calling it fiction, while others shared similar unsettling experiences they had had in the woods. Then I saw a comment that made my blood run cold. It was from a user with a strange, unpronounceable name. The comment simply said, "The woods remember you, Ben." I haven't been back to the woods since, and I don't think I ever will. The forgotten places are sometimes best left forgotten. Some doors are better left unopened, and some nightmares, they follow you home. My name is Emily, and my boyfriend Ben has a knack for finding the most stunning, yet somehow unsettling places to explore. This past fall, his sights were set on pictured rocks, National Lakeshore in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. I have to admit, when he first showed me pictures, I was mesmerized. The towering sandstone cliffs, painted with mineral stains, plunging into the crystal clear waters of Lake Superior, looked like something out of a dream. We're both pretty outdoorsy, enjoy hiking, and the peace that comes with being surrounded by nature, so a few days of camping seemed like the perfect getaway from our busy lives in Chicago. We spent weeks planning the trip, poring over maps, and gathering our gear. Ben, ever the meticulous one, made sure we had everything we could possibly need, from bear spray to a well-stocked first aid kit. I was more focused on the scenic aspects, packing my camera and a journal, eager to capture the beauty of the area. We decided to go in late September, hoping to catch the vibrant fall colors without the peak summer crowds. The drive up was long but incredibly scenic. As we got closer to the Upper Peninsula, the landscape transformed. The flat plains of Illinois gave way to rolling hills and dense forests, painted in hues of red, orange, and gold. The air grew crisp and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. By the time we reached the pictured rocks area, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the landscape. We had reserved a backcountry campsite a few miles from the main visitor center, wanting to immerse ourselves fully in the wilderness. After checking in and getting our permits, we drove down a winding dirt road to the trailhead. The last rays of sunlight filtered through the trees as we shouldered our backpacks and started our hike in. The trail was well maintained but felt remote, the silence broken only by the crunching of our boots on fallen leaves and the occasional call of a bird. It took us about an hour to reach our designated campsite, a small clearing nestled among a grove of birch and maple trees. The air was already growing cold, and a thick layer of fallen leaves carpeted the ground. We quickly set about the task of setting up our tent, our movements efficient and practiced. Ben, with his years of experience in the Boy Scouts, was a pro at it, and soon our little nylon cabin was standing sturdy. As darkness descended, the forest around us seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds. Crickets chirped, owls hooted in the distance, and the wind rustled through the leaves, creating an almost whispering sound. We built a small campfire, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. The warmth felt comforting against the growing chill, and the smell of burning wood filled the air. We cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated meals, which somehow tasted incredibly satisfying after our hike. As we ate, we talked about our plans for the next day, eager to explore the coastline and see the famous painted cliffs up close. The stars began to appear overhead, a breathtaking display of celestial lights against the inky black sky. Away from the city lights, they seemed brighter and more numerous than I had ever seen them. After dinner, we sat by the fire, enjoying the peacefulness of the wilderness. The only light came from the crackling flames and the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees. It was the kind of silence that felt profound, a stark contrast to the constant noise of city life. I felt a sense of deep relaxation, a feeling of being completely disconnected from the stresses of the world. Around 10 p.m., we decided to turn in for the night. We doused the fire, making sure the embers were completely out, and retreated to the warmth of our tent. I snuggled into my sleeping bag, feeling cozy and content. Ben was already drifting off to sleep beside me, his breathing slow and even. I must have been asleep for a couple of hours when I was jolted awake by a sound. It was faint at first, but then it came again, clearer this time. It sounded like a knock, not a loud, forceful knock, but a softer, more deliberate sound, as if someone was gently rapping on wood. I held my breath, listening intently. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks followed by silence. I nudged Ben gently. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He grumbled sleepily and rolled over. "Hear what?" "That knocking sound. It came from outside the tent." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Probably just a branch falling or something. Go back to sleep." I wasn't so sure. It didn't sound like a branch. It sounded too rhythmic, too deliberate. But Ben was already half asleep again, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the darkness. I closed my eyes and tried to relax, but my ears were still straining to hear any further sounds. For a while, there was nothing but the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. Just as I was starting to drift back to sleep, I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. This time it sounded closer. It was definitely coming from the woods, just beyond our campsite. My heart started to beat a little faster. "Ben," I whispered again, more urgently this time. He stirred and mumbled, "What is it?" "The knocking." I heard it again. "It's closer now." He sighed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. Okay, I hear it." He listened for a moment, his brow furrowed. "That's weird." We both sat in silence, listening. The knocking didn't come again immediately. Just when we were starting to think maybe it was gone, we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. This time it sounded like it was just outside our tent. I felt a shiver run down my spine. "What do you think it is?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Ben shook his head. "I have no idea. Maybe an animal? An animal that knocks 3 times in a row?" I asked, my voice laced with skepticism. We continued to listen, our senses on high alert. The knocking didn't come again for a long time. Just as we were starting to relax a little, thinking whatever it was had moved on, we heard it one last time before falling back asleep. Knock, knock. It sounded like it was further away this time, fading into the distance. We lay there in silence, the only sound the beating of our own hearts. Sleep didn't come easily after that. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching us. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted back to a fitful sleep. But the image of those 3 rhythmic knocks echoed in my mind, a strange and unsettling introduction to the wilderness of pictured rocks. I had a feeling that our peaceful camping trip had just taken a turn for the unexpected, and I couldn't help but wonder what, or who, was making that sound in the darkness. The next morning, we woke up feeling groggy and a little on edge. The sun was shining through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the tent. Despite the unsettling sounds of the previous night, the forest looked peaceful and inviting in the daylight. We unzipped the tent and stepped out into the crisp morning air. We made a quick breakfast of oatmeal and coffee, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of unease. We talked about the knocking, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Ben suggested it might have been a woodpecker with an unusual rhythm, or maybe some kind of territorial animal making a strange call. I wanted to believe him, but something about the deliberate, rhythmic nature of the sound felt different, almost intentional. After breakfast, we packed up our campsite, eager to start our hike along the lake shore. We planned to follow a trail that would take us past some of the most spectacular sections of the Painted Cliffs. The air was cool and fresh, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds singing. As we walked, we marveled at the beauty around us. The towering sandstone cliffs in shades of red, orange, brown, and even blue and green rose majestically from the turquoise waters of Lake Superior. The sunlight glinted off the water, creating a dazzling display of light and color. We hiked for several hours, stopping frequently to take pictures and soak in the scenery. The trail wound through dense forests along sandy beaches and high atop the cliffs, offering breathtaking views at every turn. We passed a few other hikers along the way, exchanging friendly greetings, but for the most part, we felt like we had the wilderness all to ourselves. As the morning wore on, the memory of the nighttime knocking started to fade, replaced by the awe-inspiring beauty of our surroundings. We had almost convinced ourselves that it was just some strange animal sound, nothing to be concerned about. Then, just as we were stopping for a water break, sitting on a rocky outcrop overlooking the lake, we heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the woods behind us, a clear and distinct three-knock pattern. We both froze, our eyes meeting with a look of shared disbelief and a growing sense of dread. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. Ben nodded slowly, his face pale. "Yeah, that's the same sound." This time, there was no easy explanation. We were miles from our campsite, deep in the woods. There were no buildings or any signs of human activity nearby. What kind of animal would make such a precise, rhythmic knocking sound? We sat there for a few minutes, listening intently, but the sound didn't repeat. The silence that followed felt heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. The beauty around us suddenly seemed less comforting, the isolation more pronounced. We continued our hike, but the earlier sense of carefree enjoyment had been replaced by a gnawing feeling of unease. We kept looking over our shoulders, scanning the trees, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was making that sound. But there was nothing, just the dense, silent woods. The knocking occurred a few more times throughout the day, always the same pattern, 3 distinct knocks, followed by a period of silence. Sometimes it sounded close, as if it were just a few trees away. Other times it seemed to come from further in the distance. But it was always there, a persistent, unsettling presence in the background of our otherwise beautiful hike. We tried to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was some kind of bird we had never heard before, or perhaps the wind playing tricks with the trees. But deep down, we both knew that those explanations felt hollow. There was something too deliberate, too consistent about the sound. As the day drew to a close, we started to make our way back towards our campsite. The shadows were growing long, and the forest seemed to take on a more ominous feel in the fading light. We walked faster now, our earlier leisurely pace replaced by a sense of urgency. When we finally reached our campsite, we were both exhausted and on edge. We quickly set about the task of starting a fire, the flickering flames offering a small sense of comfort in the gathering darkness. We ate our dinner in near silence, both of us constantly listening for any unusual sounds. As the night deepened, the familiar sounds of the forest filled the air, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls. But the rhythmic knocking remained absent for a while, offering a brief respite from our growing anxiety. We started to hope that maybe whatever it was had finally moved on. Then, just as we were about to turn in for the night, we heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded like it was just beyond the edge of our campsite, closer than it had been all day. We both froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. "It's back," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. Ben nodded, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. He grabbed the bear spray, holding it tightly in his hand. We sat in silence for what felt like an eternity, listening intently. The knocking didn't come again immediately. We decided to stay up for a while, keeping the fire burning brightly and taking turns watching the perimeter of our campsite. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves made us jump. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It was as if something out there was aware of our presence, tracking us, taunting us with that strange, rhythmic sound. Hours passed, filled with tense silence and nervous glances. The fire eventually burned down to glowing embers, and the forest around us seemed to grow darker and more menacing. We never saw anything. There were no eyes reflecting in the firelight, no rustling in the underbrush that sounded out of place. Just the oppressive silence of the deep woods, punctuated only by the occasional hoot of an owl and the persistent, unsettling memory of those 3 knocks. Finally, exhaustion took over, and we decided to try and get some sleep. Ben kept the bear spray close, and we both lay in our tent, listening intently to every sound. Sleep was fitful and filled with uneasy dreams. Every time I drifted off, I would jolt awake, convinced I had heard the knocking again. The second night in the woods felt much longer and more terrifying than the first. The beauty of pictured rocks had been overshadowed by a growing sense of dread and the persistent mystery of the 3 knocks. We had no idea what was making the sound, or why it seemed to be following us. But one thing was for sure, we were no longer enjoying our peaceful camping trip. We were starting to feel like we were trapped in some kind of terrifying game, and we had no idea what the rules were, or what the ultimate goal might be. All we knew was that something out there had seen us, and it was making its presence known in the most unsettling way imaginable. We woke up on the 3rd morning feeling utterly drained. The lack of proper sleep and the constant state of anxiety had taken their toll. The beauty of the sunrise filtering through the trees did little to lift our spirits. We were both desperate to leave. The unsettling mystery of the knocking had completely ruined what was supposed to be a relaxing getaway. We spoke in hushed tones as we packed up our campsite, our movements quick and efficient. There was a palpable sense of urgency in the air. We wanted to get out of those woods as soon as possible. We skipped breakfast, our stomachs too knotted with anxiety to even think about food. As we shouldered our backpacks and started our hike back towards the trailhead, the forest seemed to watch us with an eerie silence. Every shadow looked menacing, every rustle of leaves made us jump. We walked quickly, our eyes constantly scanning the trees, half expecting to see something, anything, that could explain the terrifying sound. For the first hour or so, we didn't hear anything. A fragile sense of hope began to flicker within me. Maybe whatever it was had finally given up and moved on. Maybe we would make it out of the woods without any further encounters. But then, just as we were starting to relax a little, we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the woods to our right, closer than it had ever been before. It felt like it was just a few feet away, hidden behind the dense foliage. We both froze in our tracks, our breath catching in our throats. Ben gripped my hand tightly, his knuckles white. His eyes darted around, trying to penetrate the wall of trees. "Did you see anything?" he whispered. I shook my head, my heart pounding in my chest. No, just trees. We stood there for a moment, listening intently. The knocking didn't repeat immediately. The silence that followed felt thick and heavy, charged with an almost palpable presence. It was like something was right there, just out of sight, watching us, waiting. Then it came again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound seemed to move. It was still to our right, but it sounded like it had shifted a little further ahead, as if pacing us through the trees. A wave of pure terror washed over me. This wasn't an animal. This was something else. Something intelligent. Something that was deliberately following us. We didn't wait any longer. We started walking again, our pace quickening to a near run. We didn't dare to look back, our eyes fixed on the trail ahead. The sound didn't come again for a while, and we allowed ourselves a sliver of hope that we had finally lost it. But then, just as we thought we were in the clear, we heard it. This time it sounded like it was behind us. Knock, knock, knock. It was closer than ever, the sound echoing unnervingly through the quiet forest. It felt like whatever was making that sound was right on our heels. We broke into a full run, our lungs burning, our legs pumping. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. The trees blurring into a green and brown mass on either side. We ran like our lives depended on it, the sound of our own ragged breathing and the pounding of our feet on the dirt path filling our ears. We didn't dare to look back, but we could almost feel its presence behind us, that rhythmic knocking a constant reminder of the unseen thing that was pursuing us. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst out of the trees and into the parking lot at the trailhead. We didn't stop running until we reached our car, our bodies shaking, our hearts still racing. We fumbled with the keys, our hands trembling, and practically threw ourselves into the vehicle. Ben started the engine, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles were white. He didn't even bother to buckle his seatbelt before slamming the car into reverse and backing out of the parking spot. We sped down the winding dirt road, leaving the woods behind us as quickly as possible. We didn't say a word until we were several miles away from the Pictured Rocks area, driving on the main highway. The silence in the car was heavy, filled with the lingering fear and the unanswered questions. What do you think it was? I finally managed to ask, my voice still shaky. Ben shook his head, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. I don't know, Emily. I honestly have no idea. I've never heard anything like it. We drove in silence for a long time, both of us lost in our own thoughts. The beauty of Pictured Rocks, which had drawn us there in the first place, now felt tainted, overshadowed by the terrifying experience we had just endured. We didn't talk much about it on the drive back to Chicago. Every now and then, one of us would mention the knocking, a brief, hushed acknowledgement of the strange and terrifying thing we had encountered. But for the most part, we tried to push it to the back of our minds, to pretend it hadn't happened. But it did happen. And I know I will never forget it. The memory of those 3 rhythmic knocks, echoing through the silent woods, is forever etched in my mind. We never saw what made the sound. We never found any tracks or any other evidence of its existence. But I know it saw us. I could feel its presence, that cold, unsettling feeling of being watched by something unseen. We've been back home for a few weeks now, and things are slowly returning to normal. But sometimes when I'm alone in the quiet of my apartment, I hear it. Just for a fleeting moment, a faint, rhythmic knocking sound that sends a shiver down my spine. It's probably just my imagination, a lingering echo of the fear we felt in those woods. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind is howling outside, I can't help but wonder if it's still out there, waiting, listening. And if maybe, just maybe, it might follow us home. I don't think I'll ever go camping in the deep woods again. The beauty just isn't worth the risk of encountering whatever lurks in the shadows, making that terrifying rhythmic sound. The sound of something that saw us and let us know it was there 3 knocks at a time, and I have a chilling feeling that it will never truly leave us. My name is Jake, and if there's one thing that's always kept me grounded, it's the vast, cold expanse of Lake Superior. Growing up in northern Wisconsin, the lake wasn't just a body of water. It was a living, breathing entity. It was where I learned to cast my first line, where my dad taught me the patience of a true angler, and where countless hours melted away as I watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Fishing on Lake Superior has always been my escape, my sanctuary. The rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull of my small fishing boat, the crisp, clean air filling my lungs, the quiet anticipation of a tug on the line, these were the things that brought me peace. For years, I'd stuck to the familiar spots, the places my dad had shown me, the areas where the fishing was reliable and the risks were minimal. But last fall, something shifted within me. Maybe it was the changing season, the way the leaves turned into a riot of color before surrendering to the inevitable chill of winter. Or maybe it was just a restless urge to explore, to venture beyond the known. Whatever the reason, I decided to try a remote spot I'd never been to before. I'd heard whispers about this place from some of the older guys at the bait shop in town. They called it Whispering Pines Cove, a secluded inlet on the northern shore, accessible only by a long, winding logging road that most people avoided. They said the fishing there was legendary, massive lake trout and elusive coho salmon that grew to incredible sizes. They also mentioned something else, something that I initially dismissed as old wives' tales, stories of strange occurrences, of unsettling sounds carried on the wind, and of a general feeling of unease that permeated the area. But the allure of those giant fish was too strong to resist. I spent weeks preparing for the trip. I meticulously checked my gear, making sure my fishing rods were in perfect condition, my tackle box was fully stocked, and my trusty outboard motor was running smoothly. I packed enough food and water for a few days, along with warm layers of clothing to combat the unpredictable weather on the lake. I even brought along my old camping tent and sleeping bag, figuring I might spend a night or two by the shore if the fishing was good. The drive to Whispering Pines Cove was longer and more arduous than I had anticipated. The logging road was riddled with potholes and overgrown with weeds, and the dense forest pressed in on either side, creating a sense of isolation that was both exhilarating and slightly unnerving. By the time I finally reached the small, unmarked clearing that served as a makeshift boat launch, the sun was already beginning its descent. The cove itself was breathtaking. Towering pines lined the shore, their needles whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the vibrant colors of the autumn foliage like a mirror. There wasn't another soul in sight. It was exactly the kind of remote solitude I had been craving. I quickly unloaded my gear and launched my boat, a sturdy 14-foot aluminum vessel that had served me well for years. The outboard motor sputtered to life on the second pull, and I steered out into the calm waters of the cove. The air was still and quiet, broken only by the occasional call of a loon echoing across the lake. The fishing started off slow. I tried a few different lures and techniques, but the fish seemed to be playing hard to get. As the afternoon wore on, a thick fog began to roll in from the east, blanketing the lake in a dense, ethereal mist. Visibility dropped dramatically, and the familiar shoreline began to disappear into the swirling gray. A shiver ran down my spine. It wasn't just the cold, there was something else, an unsettling feeling that I couldn't quite shake. The silence of the cove had been replaced by an eerie stillness, a sense of anticipation that felt almost palpable. I decided to call it a day and head back to the boat launch before the fog got any thicker. I turned the key in the ignition, but the outboard motor just coughed and sputtered, refusing to start. I tried again and again, but it was no use. The engine was dead. Panic began to set in. I was alone, surrounded by thick fog, with no way to get back to shore. I dropped anchor and tried to remain calm, telling myself that the fog would eventually lift and I could figure something out. As the minutes ticked by, the fog grew denser and the air grew colder. Then I started hearing it, a sound that sent a chill deeper than any autumn breeze could. It was a singing, a mournful melody that seemed to be coming from the water itself. At first, I thought it might be another boater, someone caught out in the fog like me. But as the sound grew closer, I realized it was different. It was a single voice, haunting and ethereal, carrying on the still air. It sounded human, but there was something profoundly wrong about it. The notes were too drawn out, the pitch wavered in an unnatural way, and the melody itself was unsettling, filled with a deep sense of sorrow and something else, something darker. And then there were the words. I couldn't quite make them out at first, but as the singing drew nearer, I began to discern fragments of phrases. They weren't in any language I recognized. They were guttural, ancient-sounding, and they resonated with a primal fear deep within my soul. The words were wrong. They spoke of cold depths, of eternal slumber, and of things that should not be. The singing grew louder, closer. The fog seemed to swirl and writhe around my boat, and the surface of the lake began to ripple in an unnatural way. I gripped the sides of the boat, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. Suddenly, the boat lurched violently to the side. Water poured over the gunwale. I scrambled to regain my balance, but it was too late. The boat capsized, throwing me into the icy water. The shock of the cold stole my breath. I struggled to the surface, gasping for air, my limbs heavy and numb. The fog was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. The mournful singing was now directly beneath me, the sound vibrating through the water. I felt something brush against my leg, something cold and slick. I kicked out instinctively, but whatever it was strong. It wrapped around my ankle, pulling me down. I fought against the pull, my lungs burning, the icy water filling my mouth and nose. I thrashed and struggled, desperate for air, for light, for anything to break free. Then, through the murky depths, I saw it, a pale hand impossibly white against the dark water, reaching for me from beneath the waves. Its fingers were long and slender, and its nails were like shards of bone. That was the last thing I saw. The pale hand grasped my arm, its grip like iron, and pulled me down into the cold, dark abyss of Lake Superior. The mournful singing enveloped me, and the world went black. The icy grip on my arm was relentless, dragging me deeper into the frigid darkness. The shock of the cold had given way to a burning agony as my lungs screamed for air. The mournful singing, which had been unsettling on the surface, was now a deafening chorus that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. It was all around me, above and below, a symphony of sorrow and dread that echoed in the watery abyss. Panic threatened to consume me, but a primal instinct for survival kicked in. I clawed at the hand that held me captive, my fingernails scraping against its cold, smooth skin. It felt like marble, unnaturally smooth and unyielding. My struggles were futile. The grip tightened, and I was pulled further down, the pressure in my ears increasing with every foot. The last vestiges of daylight faded above me, replaced by an oppressive darkness that was absolute and suffocating. I couldn't see anything, only the faint, ghostly outline of the hand that held me captive. The water was murky and cold, and I could feel strange things brushing against my face and body, slippery weeds, perhaps, or something else entirely. My lungs were on fire now, and my vision began to blur. Black spots danced before my eyes, and I knew I was running out of time. This was it. This was how it ended. Drowning in the cold, dark depths of Lake Superior, pulled down by something unnatural, just as I felt consciousness slipping away, the hand released its grip on my arm. For a moment, I was disoriented, tumbling through the water, unsure which way was up. Then, the instinct to breathe resurfaced with a vengeance. I kicked upwards with all my remaining strength, my arms flailing in the darkness. My head broke the surface with a gasp. I sucked in huge gulps of air, the cold night air stinging my lungs. The fog was still thick, but I could see a little more clearly now. My capsized boat was floating nearby, bobbing gently on the waves. I tried to swim towards it, but my limbs felt heavy and unresponsive. The cold had sapped my strength, and I was shivering uncontrollably. I managed to grab onto the overturned hull, clinging to it for dear life. The mournful singing had stopped. The silence that followed was almost as unnerving as the song itself. It was a heavy, expectant silence, like the world was holding its breath. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, trying to catch my breath and regain some feeling in my extremities. The fog swirled around me, creating strange shapes and shadows in the dim light. Every sound, the gentle lapping of waves against the hull, the distant hoot of an owl, seemed amplified in the stillness. Then I heard it again. A faint splashing sound, coming from somewhere in the fog. It was rhythmic and deliberate, like something was moving through the water. My heart pounded in my chest. Had whatever pulled me under come back? The splashing grew closer, and I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the thick fog. Suddenly, a dark shape emerged from the mist. It was long and slender, moving with an unnatural grace through the water. As it drew nearer, I could make out more details. It was a body, human, shaped but impossibly pale. Its skin seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and its long, dark hair trailed behind it like seaweed. It was floating on its back, its arms outstretched, its face turned towards the sky. I held my breath, my eyes wide with terror. Was this the creature that had tried to drown me? Was it coming back to finish the job? The pale figure drifted closer to my boat. Its face was serene, almost peaceful, but there was something deeply unsettling about its stillness. Its eyes were closed, but I could sense that it was aware of me. It stopped just a few feet away from the overturned hull, its pale hand resting on the surface of the water. For a long moment, it just lay there silent and still. Then, its eyes slowly opened. They were wide and black, with no trace of white. They stared directly at me, and in their depths, I saw an ancient, unknowable intelligence. There was no malice in their gaze, but there was a profound sadness, a deep wariness that seemed to emanate from the very depths of its being. It opened its mouth, and the mournful singing began again. This time it was softer, more melancholic, but still filled with an undercurrent of dread. The words were still unintelligible, but I felt a sense of understanding, a connection to the sorrow that permeated the song. As it sang, the water around it began to glow with a faint, ethereal light. Strange shapes began to form in the depths below, shadowy figures moving slowly, their forms indistinct and unsettling. I wanted to scream, to look away, but I was frozen in place, mesmerized by the spectacle unfolding before me. The pale figure continued to sing, its black eyes fixed on mine, and I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me, despite the terror that still lingered in my heart. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the singing stopped. The light in the water faded, and the shadowy figures disappeared. The pale figure closed its eyes and drifted away into the fog, its form gradually disappearing into the swirling mist. I was left alone again, clinging to the overturned boat, shivering and terrified, but also strangely changed. I had seen something that night, something that defied explanation, something that would forever haunt my dreams. After what felt like hours, the fog finally began to dissipate. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, I could see the shoreline in the distance. Exhausted and weak, I managed to pull myself onto the overturned hull and use it as a makeshift raft to slowly paddle my way back to shore. The journey was long and arduous, and by the time I finally reached the boat launch, I was barely conscious. I stumbled onto the shore, my body aching, my mind reeling from the night's events. My truck was still there, thankfully. I managed to drag myself inside and turn on the heat, shivering uncontrollably as I tried to process what had happened. I knew that no one would believe me if I told them the truth. They would say it was the fog, the cold, a figment of my imagination. But I knew what I had seen. I had heard the mournful singing, felt the cold grip of that pale hand, and seen the black eyes of the creature in the lake. I never went back to Whispering Pines Cove. In fact, I haven't been fishing on Lake Superior since that night. The peace and tranquility I once found on its waters have been replaced by a deep-seated fear, a constant reminder of the horrors that lie beneath the surface. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I think I can still hear it, the faint, mournful singing carried on the breeze, and I know that whatever dwells in the depths of Lake Superior is still there, waiting for the next, unsuspecting soul to venture into its domain, waiting to sing its sorrowful song once more. The days and weeks that followed my encounter on Lake Superior were a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. Sleep offered little respite, my dreams filled with murky water, pale hands, and the haunting melody of the mournful song. During the waking hours, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumpy at the slightest sound. The normalcy of everyday life felt alien, tainted by the knowledge of what I had experienced. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was hypothermia playing tricks on my mind. Maybe the fog had distorted my perceptions. But deep down, I knew the truth. What I had seen and heard was real. The fear was too visceral, the memory too vivid to dismiss as a hallucination. I avoided talking about it with anyone. My friends and family would think I was crazy. How could I explain the pale figure, the black eyes, the song that spoke of ancient sorrow? So I kept it bottled up inside, a dark secret festering in the recesses of my mind. As the fall turned into winter, the landscape around Lake Superior transformed into a frozen wilderness. The lake itself became a vast expanse of ice, its surface hard and unforgiving. But even under the thick layer of ice, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lurking beneath, waiting for the thaw. One particularly cold and dreary afternoon, I found myself drawn to the local library. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I felt a desperate need to understand what I had encountered. I spent hours poring over books on local folklore, Native American legends of the region, and even obscure texts on cryptozoology. I found mentions of strange creatures said to inhabit the depths of Lake Superior. Some legends spoke of water spirits, benevolent beings who protected the lake. Others whispered of darker entities, ancient and malevolent, that lured unsuspecting travelers to their doom. One particular story caught my attention. It was a tale passed down through generations of Ojibwe, people who had lived along the shores of the lake for centuries. It spoke of being called Nebianabe, a water spirit said to inhabit the deepest parts of the lake. The descriptions were eerily similar to what I had seen: pale skin, long dark hair, and eyes as black as night. According to the legend, Nebianabe was neither good nor evil, but a powerful and enigmatic being deeply connected to the lake. It was said to sing a mournful song, a lament for the souls lost to the lake's unforgiving waters. Sometimes it would appear to those who were drowning, offering a moment of solace before they succumbed to the depths. Other times it was said to pull the unwary down, claiming them for its watery realm. The story resonated with me in a way that both terrified and intrigued me. It didn't fully explain the hand that had pulled me under, but it offered a possible explanation for the singing and the pale figure I had seen. Perhaps I had stumbled upon something ancient and mysterious, something that humans were never meant to witness. As the winter months dragged on, I tried to put the experience behind me. I focused on my work, spent time with friends, and tried to reclaim some semblance of normalcy in my life. But the memory of that night on the lake lingered like a shadow, always present just beneath the surface of my thoughts. Then, one spring morning, I I received a call from an old friend, Tom, who lived in the same town. He knew about my love for fishing and had heard about my fated trip to Whispering Pines Cove. He was planning a fishing trip to a different part of Lake Superior, further south, and asked if I wanted to join him. My initial reaction was a firm no. The thought of being back on the lake filled me with dread. But Tom was persistent. He argued that getting back on the water might help me overcome my fear. He promised we would stick to well-known areas far away from Whispering Pines Cove. After much hesitation, I reluctantly agreed. I knew it was probably a bad idea, but a part of me also felt a strange pull, a morbid curiosity to confront the source of my fear. The day of the fishing trip arrived, and I felt a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach as we launched Tom's boat. The sun was shining, the sky was clear, and the lake looked calm and inviting. But beneath the surface, I knew the darkness still lurked. We spent the morning fishing, and for a while I managed to relax and even enjoy myself. The familiar rhythm of casting and reeling brought back some of the old peace I used to find on the water. But as the afternoon wore on, the weather began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a thick fog started to roll in, eerily reminiscent of that night on Whispering Pines Cove. My heart began to pound. I looked at Tom, my unease growing with each passing moment. "Maybe we should head back," I said, my voice trembling slightly. Tom, oblivious to my growing panic, shrugged. "Just a little fog, Jake. It'll probably blow over." But I knew better. The fog felt different this time, heavier, more ominous. And then I heard it, faint at first but unmistakable. The mournful singing. It was coming from somewhere out in the fog, a haunting melody that sent a shiver down my spine. Tom didn't seem to hear it. He was busy untangling his fishing line, humming a tuneless melody to himself. The singing grew louder, closer. My hands gripped the sides of the boat, my knuckles white. I scanned the fog, my eyes searching for any sign of the pale figure. "Tom," I said urgently, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you hear that?" He looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. "Hear what?" "The singing," I said, my voice cracking. That mournful song." Tom frowned. "I don't hear anything, Jake." "You okay?" I knew he couldn't hear it. This was for me. A reminder. The fog grew thicker, and the singing was now directly beside the boat. I could feel a cold presence nearby, even though I couldn't see anything through the swirling mist. Suddenly, the boat lurched violently, just like it had that night in the cove. Tom yelled in surprise, grabbing onto the railing to steady himself. "What was that?" he asked, his eyes wide. I didn't answer. I knew it was back. Then I saw it. A pale hand reaching up from beneath the waves, its fingers long and skeletal. It grabbed the side of the boat, its grip impossibly strong. Tom saw it too. His face turned white with terror. He stumbled backwards, his eyes fixed on the hand. "What in God's name?" he stammered. The boat began to tilt precariously. I knew what was coming. I had been here before. "Tom, jump!" I yelled, pushing myself away from the side of the boat. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes still locked on the pale hand. Then, with a desperate cry, he leaped into the icy water. The boat capsized, throwing me into the cold embrace of the lake once more. The mournful singing was all around me, deafening now. I struggled to the surface, gasping for air. Tom was nearby, his face pale with fear, treading water frantically. Then I saw them. More pale figures emerging from the fog, their black eyes fixed on us. They were silent now, their mournful song replaced by an eerie stillness. They moved through the water with an unnatural speed, their pale hands reaching out. Tom screamed, his voice cut short as one of the figures grabbed him and pulled him under. I tried to swim away, but they were everywhere. Hands reached for me from the depths, their grip cold and relentless. I fought and struggled, but it was no use. The darkness closed in, and the last thing I heard was the mournful singing, echoing in the cold, dark abyss. Some say that on foggy nights, if you're near Lake Superior, you can still hear it, a faint, sorrowful melody carried on the wind. They say it's the sound of the lake claiming its own. And sometimes they say, if you look closely at the surface, you might just see a pale hand reaching up from the depths, beckoning you to join them in their eternal slumber. I know I did. And now so do you. They call me Olivia. I've been a lurker on Reddit for years, mostly drawn to the unsettling corners, the places where the line between reality and nightmare gets blurred. No Sleep has always been a favorite, those tales that make you double, check the locks, and maybe leave a light on, even when you're way past childhood. I never thought I'd have a story of my own to share, one that still sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. But here I am. My family has this old cabin up north, nestled in the woods not too far from Traverse City, Michigan. It's been in the family for generations, a place for summer getaways and cozy winter retreats. It's the kind of place where cell service is spotty at best, and the nights are truly dark, filled with the sounds of crickets and rustling leaves. For the most part, it's peaceful, a welcome escape from the city's constant hum. Growing up, summers at the cabin were the highlight of my year. My siblings and I would spend our days swimming in the nearby lake, exploring the surrounding woods, within the boundaries our parents set, of course, and listening to our grandfather's stories around the crackling fireplace. Grandpa was a man of the woods, a retired park ranger with a wealth of knowledge about the local flora and fauna, and more than a few eerie tales of his own. There was one particular trail behind the cabin that always held a strange allure for me. It wasn't marked on any maps we had, and it wasn't well maintained. In fact, it looked like it hadn't been used in years. Every time we asked about it, Grandpa would get this serious look on his face, his usual jovial demeanor vanishing. He'd always tell us to stay away from it, that it led to a part of the woods that was best left undisturbed. He'd never elaborate, just shake his head and say something about things that weren't meant to be seen. Of course, as kids, this only fueled our curiosity. We'd whisper about what could possibly be back there, maybe an abandoned mine, a hidden lake, or even, in our wildest imaginations, Bigfoot's lair. But Grandpa's warnings were always enough to keep us at bay. There was a weight in his voice, a genuine fear that we couldn't ignore. This past summer, though, things felt different. I was older, 23 now, and perhaps a little too confident in my own judgment. My siblings were off on their own adventures, and my parents had decided to take a longer vacation overseas. I found myself alone at the cabin for a week, enjoying the solitude, but also feeling a growing sense of restlessness. The first few days were idyllic. I spent my mornings reading on the porch, the afternoons swimming in the lake, and the evenings watching the fireflies dance in the twilight. But as the days wore on, that forbidden trail at the back of my mind started to call to me. Grandpa had been gone for a few years now, and his warnings felt more like distant echoes than firm commands. One sunny afternoon, the urge became too strong to resist. I told myself it was just a hike, a little exploration. What could possibly go wrong? The woods around the cabin were generally safe, filled with familiar paths and well-trodden routes. Maybe Grandpa had just been overly cautious in his old age. I packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, a basic first aid kit, and my phone, though I knew the signal would likely be non-existent once I ventured deeper into the woods. I also grabbed a compass, just in case. I figured I'd hike for a couple of hours, see where the trail led, and then turn back. No big deal. The entrance to the trail was just behind the woodshed, almost hidden by overgrown bushes and fallen leaves. It was clear that no one had been down this path in a long time. The air immediately felt different here, heavier and cooler than the sun-drenched clearing I had just left. The trees were denser here, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a canopy that filtered out most of the sunlight. The forest floor was damp and covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, making each step a little precarious. The silence was the first thing that struck me as odd. Usually, the woods around the cabin were alive with the sounds of birds chirping, squirrels scampering, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. But here, it was eerily quiet. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. As I walked further down the trail, the trees started to look strange. They seemed twisted and gnarled in unnatural ways, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Some of them had strange growths on their trunks, bulbous and discolored. It was as if the very vegetation here was deformed. A sense of unease began to creep into my mind. This wasn't the familiar, comforting woods I knew. There was something unsettling about this place, a palpable sense of wrongness in the air. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. Grandpa's warnings were probably just old wives' tales meant to scare us kids. But the deeper I went, the more that feeling intensified. The silence became almost oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig under my boots. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just the twisted trees and the deepening shadows. Then I noticed something else. The air had a strange smell to it, A faint, musky odor that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it was definitely unusual, something I had never smelled in the woods before. It hung heavy in the air, adding to the growing sense of dread. I checked my phone, hoping for a signal, but as expected, there was nothing. I knew I shouldn't have ventured this far without telling anyone where I was going. A wave of regret washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of determination. I had come this far, I might as well see where the trail led. The path started to wend downwards, becoming steeper and more treacherous. I had to watch my footing carefully to avoid tripping on the loose rocks and roots that littered the ground. The trees grew even closer together here, their branches forming a dark tunnel overhead. The light was starting to fade, even though it was still mid-afternoon. I told myself I would turn back soon, just after the next bend, but curiosity kept pulling me forward, deeper and deeper into the woods. I had to know what was at the end of this trail, what had made my grandfather so afraid. As I rounded a particularly large, moss-covered boulder, I saw it. At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It was standing in a small clearing, partially obscured by the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, its form vaguely humanoid, but there was something profoundly wrong about it. As I got closer, my blood ran cold. It was a figure made of antlers and shadows. Its body seemed to be woven from dark, shifting tendrils, and its head was crowned with a massive rack of jagged, bone-white antlers. It didn't seem to have eyes, but I could feel its gaze on me, a cold, malevolent presence that pierced through the silence. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My mind struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. This had to be some kind of trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by the eerie atmosphere of the woods. But then the figure shifted, and one of its antlered hands, long and spindly, reached out towards me. That was when the primal fear kicked in. My legs finally responded, and I turned and ran. I ran faster than I ever have in my life, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't dare to look back, didn't dare to see if it was following me. All I knew was that I had to get out of those woods, away from that thing. The twisted trees blurred around me as I stumbled through the undergrowth, desperate to find the familiar path that would lead me back to the cabin. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of terror through me. I could still feel its presence behind me, a cold, shadowy weight that seemed to cling to the air. I don't know how long I ran, it felt like an eternity. Finally, through the trees, I saw a glimmer of sunlight. With a surge of adrenaline, I burst out of the dense woods and into the familiar clearing behind the cabin. I didn't stop running until I reached the porch, collapsing onto the wooden planks, gasping for air. My body was trembling, and my mind was still reeling from what I had seen. I sat there for a long time, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened. Had it been real? Or had I simply let Grandpa's stories and the unsettling atmosphere of the woods get to me? But deep down, I knew what I had seen. It was no trick of the light. It was something ancient and malevolent, something that belonged in the darkest corners of folklore, not in the woods behind my family's cabin. I spent the rest of the day huddled inside, every creak of the cabin making me jump. I didn't even want to look out the windows. As soon as I had a decent phone signal, I called my parents, telling them I was cutting my trip short. I made up some excuse about feeling unwell. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what I had seen. They would never believe me. That night, I barely slept. Every shadow in the room seemed to take on the shape of antlers, and every rustle of leaves outside sounded like footsteps approaching the cabin. I kept the lights on all night, a pathetic attempt to ward off the darkness and the memory of that terrifying figure. I left the cabin the next morning as soon as the sun came up. I didn't even bother to pack properly. I just threw my things in the car and drove away, not stopping until I was miles from those woods. Even now, months later, I still can't shake the feeling of dread that washes over me whenever I think about that hike. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just a bad dream, but that overactive imagination. But the memory of that antlered figure, standing silently in the shadows, is too vivid, too real. I never told anyone what happened that day. My parents would think I was crazy, and my friends would probably just laugh it off. But I know what I saw, and I know I will never set foot on that trail again. The woods up north hold a secret, something dark and ancient that my grandfather knew about. And now I know it too. Some places are best left undisturbed, just like he always said, and some things, once seen, can never be unseen. This is my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I needed to share it to get it out there. Because sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that are true, and sometimes the bad decisions we make can lead us down paths we wish we had never taken. The drive back home felt like a blur. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that gaunt, antlered figure materialize in the road behind me. Every shadow that flickered past in my peripheral vision sent a jolt of panic through me. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white, trying to focus on the road ahead and not on the horrifying image seared into my mind. Once I was back in the familiar comfort of my apartment, surrounded by the mundane normalcy of city life, a small part of me started to doubt what I had seen. Maybe it had been the isolation, the eerie silence of the woods, or perhaps even a trick of the light playing on my tired eyes. Maybe my grandfather's warnings had subconsciously primed me to expect something sinister, but then I would close my eyes and the image would return in vivid detail: the unnatural twist of the trees, the oppressive silence, the musky smell, and most of all, that figure made of antlers and shadows, its unseen gaze piercing right through me. No, it hadn't been a dream. It had been real. For weeks, I was a nervous wreck. I jumped at every unexpected sound, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Sleep was a battlefield of nightmares, filled with shadowy figures and the rustling of unseen things in the dark. I avoided going out at night, and even during the day, I felt a persistent unease, as if I was being watched. I tried to talk to a friend about it, vaguely alluding to a strange and unsettling experience I had had in the woods. But when I saw the skeptical look in her eyes, I quickly changed the subject. I knew that if I tried to explain what I had truly seen, she would think I had lost my mind, so I kept it to myself, this terrifying secret that gnawed at me from the inside. But the more I tried to bury it, the more it seemed to resurface in my thoughts, a constant reminder of the fear I had felt in those silent, twisted woods. Eventually, the intensity of my immediate fear began to subside, replaced by a gnawing curiosity. What had I seen? What was that thing? My grandfather had warned us to stay away from that trail, implying that he knew something about it. But he had never told us what. I started to do some research. I spent hours online searching for local folklore, for stories of strange creatures or unexplained phenomena in the area around Traverse City. I delved into Native American legends and early settler accounts, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for what I had encountered. I found plenty of stories about strange lights in the sky, unexplained disappearances, and the occasional tale of a monstrous creature lurking in the woods. But nothing quite matched the image of the antlered figure I had seen. Some legends spoke of spirits of the forest, protectors of nature who could take on terrifying forms to ward off intruders. Others mentioned ancient pagan deities associated with the hunt and the wilderness. The more I read, the more confused I became. There were so many possibilities, so many different interpretations. Was it a supernatural entity? Some kind of cryptid? Or something else entirely, something beyond my comprehension? I even considered the possibility that it was some kind of elaborate prank, though the sheer terror I had felt made that seem highly unlikely. And who would go to such lengths to create something so disturbing and then just stand silently in the woods? Despite my fear, a part of me felt compelled to go back to the cabin. I knew it was a terrible idea, that I should stay as far away from those woods as possible, but the questions kept nagging at me. What was on that trail? Had anyone else ever seen this thing? Was it still there? After weeks of internal debate, the curiosity finally won out. I couldn't live with the uncertainty anymore. I needed answers, even if those answers were terrifying. I decided to go back to the cabin, but this time, I wouldn't go alone. I called my older brother, Mark, who was always the most skeptical and level-headed of us siblings. I told him I had had a strange experience in the woods behind the cabin, and that I wanted him to come with me to check it out. I didn't tell him the full extent of what I had seen, just that I had felt uneasy and wanted a second opinion. Mark was hesitant at first, but eventually he agreed to come. He probably thought I was being overly dramatic, but he knew how much the cabin meant to me, and he could tell that something was bothering me. We drove up to the cabin together on a weekend a few weeks later. The drive felt different this time, filled with a nervous anticipation. I kept glancing at Mark, wondering if I should tell him the truth, but I was still afraid of sounding crazy. When we arrived at the cabin, it felt strangely welcoming, bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight, but as I looked towards the woodshed and the overgrown entrance to that forbidden trail, A familiar shiver ran down my spine. We spent the first day doing some chores around the cabin, trying to act normal, but the unspoken tension hung heavy in the air. In the evening, as we sat by the fireplace, I finally decided to tell Mark everything. I started slowly, describing the eerie silence in the twisted trees. As I spoke, I could see the skepticism growing on his face. But then I told him about the figure, the antlers, the shadows. I described the fear I had felt, the desperate flight back to the cabin. Mark listened patiently, his expression unreadable. When I finally finished, there was a long silence. "Olivia," he said finally, his voice gentle. "Are you sure about this? Maybe you were just tired or stressed. The woods can play tricks on your mind." I shook my head vehemently. "I know what I saw, Mark. It was real." He sighed. "Okay," he said, "I believe you saw something that scared you, but maybe it wasn't what you think it was. Maybe it was just a deer with an unusual rack, standing in the shadows." "No," I insisted. "It wasn't a deer. It was different. Unnatural." Mark looked at me for a long moment, his eyes searching mine. "All right," he said. "If it will make you feel better, we can take a look tomorrow. But we're sticking to the main trails. I'm not venturing off into some unmarked path." I nodded, relieved that he was at least willing to consider the possibility that something was amiss. The next morning, after a restless night, we set out. I led the way to the woodshed and the hidden entrance to the trail. Even in the daylight, the air felt different here, colder and heavier. Mark was immediately more cautious than I had been on my solo hike. He carried a sturdy walking stick and kept a close eye on our surroundings. The woods still felt eerily silent, but with Mark by my side, I felt a little less afraid. We followed the trail for a while, and I pointed out the twisted trees and the strange growths I had seen before. Mark examined them with a critical eye, offering logical explanations for everything. The trees were probably just old and deformed by the harsh weather. The growths were likely just some kind of fungus. As we walked further, I started to feel a sense of disappointment. Maybe Mark was right. Maybe I'd just overreacted to some unusual, but ultimately harmless natural phenomena. But then we rounded the large, moss-covered boulder where I had first seen the figure. And that's when things took a turn for the worse. The small clearing was empty. But as we stepped into it, Mark suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He was staring at the ground, his face pale. "What is it?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. He didn't answer, just pointed with his walking stick. On the ground, half hidden by fallen leaves, were tracks. Not animal tracks. These were larger, more defined, and wrong. They looked vaguely like human footprints, but they were elongated and had what looked like deep gouges at the front, as if whatever had made them had been walking on some kind of sharp points. Mark knelt down, examining the tracks closely. "These aren't deer tracks," he said, his voice low. "And they're not human." A wave of cold dread washed over me. I knew those tracks. They were the tracks of something that shouldn't exist. Then Mark noticed something else. Scattered around the clearing were pieces of bone, small white fragments that looked like they had been gnawed on. He picked one up, his brow furrowed. "These look like bird bones," he said, "but they're huge. Way bigger than any bird I've ever seen around here." The silence of the woods suddenly felt menacing, filled with unseen eyes watching us. The feeling of unease that I had experienced before returned, amplified tenfold. "We should go," I said, my voice trembling slightly. Mark nodded, his usual skepticism replaced by a look of genuine concern. "Yeah," he said, "I think you're right." We turned to leave the clearing, but as we did, we both heard it. A faint sound coming from deeper in the woods. It was a rustling, a snapping of twigs, like something large was moving through the undergrowth. We froze, listening intently. The sound grew closer, and then we heard it again, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down our spines. It wasn't the growl of a bear or a wolf. It was something darker, something more primal. Whatever it was coming towards us. And this time, we knew we weren't alone. The woods behind the cabin held a secret, a terrifying secret that was now making its presence known. And we had just stumbled upon it. Our grandfather's warnings echoed in my mind, best left undisturbed. He had known what lurked in those woods. And now, so did we. And we were in more danger than I could have ever imagined. The low growl echoed through the silent woods, and both Mark and I froze, our blood running cold. It was a sound that spoke of hunger and something ancient, something that shouldn't be. The air grew heavy, charged with a primal fear that gripped us both. "Run," Mark hissed, his eyes wide with terror. Without hesitation, we turned and bolted back the way we had come, our feet pounding on the uneven ground. The snapping of twigs behind us told us that whatever was making that sound was following, and it was getting closer. We didn't dare to look back, our focus solely on getting out of those woods. The twisted trees seemed to mock our frantic escape, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping claws. The silence was gone now, replaced by the sound of our ragged breathing and the relentless pursuit behind us. I stumbled and nearly fell, but Mark grabbed my arm, pulling me along. We pushed through thick undergrowth, ignoring the scratches and scrapes, our only thought to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever was hunting us. The trail seemed to stretch on endlessly, each twist and turn bringing us deeper into the throes of panic. I could feel my lungs burning, my legs aching, but the fear of what was behind us kept me going. Through the trees, I saw a familiar sight, the moss-covered boulder marking the edge of the clearing. We burst through the trees and into the open space, hoping to find some respite, but the growling behind us only intensified. As we reached the boulder, we both tripped over something lying on the ground. We scrambled to our feet, our eyes widening in horror at what we saw. It was the mangled carcass of a deer, its body torn apart, its antlers twisted at an unnatural angle. The musky smell, which I had noticed on my first hike, was overpowering here, mixed with the metallic scent of fresh blood. Whatever had made those tracks, whatever had been growling at us, had clearly been here recently, and it was still close. We didn't stop to examine the gruesome scene, instead continuing our desperate flight towards the main trail. The woods seemed to close in around us, the shadows lengthening even though it was still mid-afternoon. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we burst out of the dense woods and onto the familiar path that led back to the cabin. We didn't slow down, didn't stop until we reached the porch, collapsing onto the wooden planks, gasping for air. We sat there for a long time, our bodies shaking, our minds reeling from the terror of our escape. The silence of the surrounding woods felt different now, no longer eerie but menacing, as if something was still watching us from the shadows. What was that? I finally managed to stammer, my voice hoarse. Mark shook his head, his face pale and drawn. I don't know, he said, his voice barely a whisper. But I don't ever want to find out. We stayed at the cabin that night, but neither of us slept. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sent us jumping. We kept all the lights on, huddled together in the living room, waiting for the first sign of dawn. As soon as the sun began to rise, casting a pale light through the windows, we packed our things and left. We didn't even bother to clean up. We just wanted to get away from that place, as far away as possible. The drive back home was silent, filled with the unspoken understanding of the terrifying encounter we had shared. Neither of us spoke about what we had seen or heard, but the fear was palpable in the air between us. Back in the city, surrounded by the noise and bustle of everyday life, the events in the woods felt almost surreal, like a nightmare we had both shared. But the memory of the tracks, the growl, and the mangled deer carcass remained vivid in our minds, a chilling reminder of the danger we had faced. A few weeks later, I decided to do some more research, this time focusing on local legends of creatures that might leave tracks like the ones we had found. I stumbled upon a few obscure tales, whispered among the older residents of the area about a creature known as the Wendigo. The descriptions varied, but many spoke of a tall, gaunt figure with antlers, associated with the deep woods and a malevolent hunger. Some legends claimed it was a spirit, others a creature of flesh and blood, twisted and corrupted by the wilderness. As I read these stories, a cold dread washed over me. The description of the Wendigo eerily matched the figure I'd seen on my first hike. And the tracks we had found, the gnawed bones, the guttural growl, they all seemed to fit the legends. I shared my findings with Mark, who was initially skeptical, but couldn't deny the unsettling similarities. We both agreed that whatever we had encountered in those woods was something ancient and dangerous, something that should have remained undisturbed. We never went back to the cabin after that. My parents were surprised when we told them we didn't want to go back for the rest of the summer, but we just said we weren't feeling up to it. We couldn't bring ourselves to tell them the truth. They would never understand. The cabin still stands up north, nestled in the woods near Traverse City. My parents still go there occasionally, but I can't bring myself to join them. The memory of that terrifying experience is too strong, the fear too real. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I think about that trail behind the cabin. I wonder if that figure is still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for another unsuspecting hiker to stumble upon its domain. I know I made a bad decision that summer, ignoring my grandfather's warnings and venturing down that forbidden path. I learned the hard way that some places are best left untouched, some secrets best left buried in the depths of the woods, and sometimes curiosity can lead you down a path from which there is no return, leaving you with scars that no one else can see, and a fear that will stay with you forever. They call me Olivia, and this is my true scary camping and hiking bad decision horror story from the deep woods. And I will never forget what I saw that day. Never. My name is Noah, and I've always been drawn to the wild. There's a certain peace you find when you're miles away from civilization, surrounded only by the sounds of nature. That's why, a few weeks ago, I decided to take a solo backpacking trip to Isle Royale National Park in Michigan. It's a remote island in Lake Superior, known for its rugged beauty, its thriving populations of wolves and moose, and the sense of isolation that comes with being so far removed from the mainland. I'd done my research, of course. I knew about the ferry schedule, the permit system, the need to pack in everything I'd need and pack out everything I used. I'd studied the trail maps, choosing a route that would take me through the island's interior, away from the more popular campgrounds on the coast. I was looking for solitude, a chance to reconnect with myself in the natural world. What I found was something else entirely, something that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. The ferry ride over was calm, the lake like glass under a clear blue sky. As we approached the island, the dense green of the forest rose up from the water, promising the wilderness I craved. I felt a thrill of anticipation, a sense of adventure bubbling in my chest. This was going to be good. I disembarked at Wendigo, the main entry point on the western end of the island, got my permit checked by a friendly ranger, and shouldered my pack. It was heavy, loaded with my tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, first aid kit, and all the other essentials for a multi-day trek. But I didn't mind the weight. It felt like a tangible connection to my goal, a reminder of my self-reliance. The first day was exactly what I'd hoped for. The trails were well maintained but still felt wild, winding through thick forests of birch and maple, opening up occasionally to reveal stunning views of inland lakes. I saw a few moose in the distance, their massive antlers like gnarled branches against the sky. I even heard the distant howl of a wolf, a sound that sent a primal thrill through me. This was it. This was the wilderness I'd come for. I set up camp near a small lake as dusk began to settle, the air growing cool and still. The sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the gentle lapping of water against the shore were my only companions. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated chili, savored it as the last light faded from the sky, and then crawled into my tent. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept soundly, lulled by the quiet rhythm of the wilderness. I woke up with the sun, feeling refreshed and eager to continue my journey. After a quick breakfast, I packed up my camp and hit the trail. It was on the second day, about midday, that things started to feel off. I was hiking along a narrow path that cut through a particularly dense section of forest. The trees here were old and tall, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that filtered out most of the sunlight. The air was still and heavy, and an unusual silence had fallen over the woods. Even the birds seemed to have gone quiet. I rounded a bend in the trail and stopped dead in my tracks. There, in the soft dirt of the path, was a set of footprints unlike anything I had ever seen before. They were large, much larger than any wolf track I'd ever encountered, and I've seen my share in the backcountry. But what struck me most was their shape. They were slender, almost delicate, with long, individual toes that seemed to splay out more than a wolf's would. A moose track is cloven, hoofed, so it was definitely not that. I knelt down for a closer look, my heart starting to beat a little faster. The prints were deep, suggesting whatever made them was heavy, but the slender shape was perplexing. It was like something with the size and weight of a large predator, but with feet that seemed almost human, like in their articulation, albeit much larger and more elongated. I followed the tracks for a short distance, my eyes scanning the surrounding forest. They led off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. I hesitated for a moment, curiosity warred with a growing sense of unease. I knew I should probably just keep moving, stick to my planned route. But the mystery of these tracks was too intriguing to ignore. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow them. I pushed through the thick brush, the silence of the forest pressing in on me. The tracks continued deeper into the woods, leading me away from the marked trail. I told myself I'd only follow them for a little while, just to see if I could get a better look, maybe find some other sign of what had made them. After about 10 minutes of bushwhacking, the tracks disappeared on a patch of rocky ground. I stopped scanning the area. There was nothing else. No scat, no fur, no other sign of the creature that had left these strange prints. I felt a prickle of disappointment, but also a sense of relief. Maybe it was for the best. I was getting too far off the trail. I turned to head back, intending to retrace my steps to the path. But then I heard it. It started as a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated in the air around me. It wasn't the growl of a wolf, which I'd heard before. This was deeper, more resonant, with an undercurrent of something malevolent. My blood ran cold. I froze, listening intently. The growl faded, replaced by silence. I held my breath waiting. Had I imagined it? Was it just the wind? Then it came again. But this time it was different. It was a howl, but not like any wolf howl I had ever heard. Wolf howls are usually mournful, sometimes even beautiful. This was mocking. It started with a high-pitched whine that quickly descended into a series of guttural yelps, almost like laughter. It sounded like whatever had made those tracks was taunting me, aware of my presence, amused by my intrusion into its territory. The sound sent a wave of pure, primal fear washing over me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get back to the trail, to get away from whatever was out there. I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and scrambled back through the undergrowth, pushing through branches and tripping over roots in my haste. The mocking howls echoed through the trees behind me, seeming to follow me to get closer. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept running, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't stop until I burst back onto the familiar path, my legs shaking, my body covered in sweat. I leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, my eyes darting around, expecting to see what? I didn't even know. But the feeling of being watched, of being mocked, was still palpable. The forest around me seemed different now, darker, more menacing. The familiar sounds of nature, the rustling leaves, the chirping birds now seemed to carry a hint of something sinister. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get away from this place, away from those tracks, away from those terrifying howls. I had to get back to my campsite, pack up my things, and get off this island as soon as possible. With a renewed sense of urgency, I started walking, my pace quick and determined. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees, but there was nothing. Only the silent, watchful forest. The hike back to my campsite felt much longer and more arduous than it had earlier in the day. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. The mocking howls had stopped, but the memory of them, the chilling sense of being deliberately taunted, lingered in my mind. Finally, I reached my campsite. It looked peaceful enough in the fading light, my tent a small beacon of familiarity in the growing gloom. But the sense of unease didn't leave me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being watched from the edge of the trees. I quickly gathered my things, my hands shaking slightly. I didn't bother with a proper meal. I just stuffed some energy bars into my pocket and started packing up my tent. I wanted to get as far away from this spot as possible before nightfall. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I heard it again, the howling. But this time it was closer, much closer. It seemed to come from just beyond the trees surrounding my campsite. The same mocking laughter echoed through the woods, and this time I could hear something else mixed in with it. A low, guttural snarl that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my backpack, threw it over my shoulder, and ran. I didn't even bother to put out my small campfire. I just fled deeper into the woods, away from the sound. I ran blindly, stumbling through the undergrowth, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was making those horrifying noises. The forest was growing darker, the shadows lengthening, and the sounds of the creature seemed to be getting closer. I didn't know where I was going. I had completely lost track of the trail. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to keep running, until I couldn't run anymore. The mocking howls continued to echo through the trees, a chilling reminder of the unseen horror that was pursuing me through the darkening wilderness of Isle Royale, and I knew with a sickening certainty that my peaceful backpacking trip had turned into something far more sinister, something that I might not survive. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, the darkness of the forest swallowing me whole. The mocking howls faded behind me, but the silence that followed was somehow even more unsettling. It felt like I was being allowed to escape, a cruel game being played by something that knew it could catch me whenever it wanted. I eventually stumbled to a halt, leaning against a thick tree trunk, gasping for air. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I was completely disoriented. The forest looked the same in every direction, a dense tangle of trees and undergrowth. I had no idea where I was, or which to go to find the trail again. Panic started to set in. The sun had almost completely disappeared below the horizon, and the woods were rapidly growing darker. The temperature was dropping, and a cold wind rustled through the leaves, sounding eerily like whispers. I fumbled in my backpack for my headlamp, my hands shaking so badly I could barely operate the switch. Finally, the small beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating a small circle around me. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I tried to get my bearings, scanning the trees for any familiar landmarks, but everything looked the same. I had wandered so far off the trail in my panic that I had no idea which direction my campsite was, or even which way I had come from. I knew I had to find shelter for the night. Wandering around in the dark, exhausted and terrified, was just asking for trouble. I started to look for a relatively clear spot where I could try to set up my tent again. After a few minutes of searching, I found a small clearing nestled between a cluster of large rocks. It wasn't ideal, a bit exposed, but it would have to do. I was too tired and scared to keep looking. With trembling hands, I started to unpack my tent. The simple task felt monumental in my panicked state. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept expecting to hear those mocking howls again, to see those strange tracks in the beam of my headlamp. Just as I was unfolding the tent fabric, I heard it. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the edge of my light. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I held my breath, listening intently. The wind whispered through the trees, but beneath it, I could hear something else. A soft, deliberate rustling in the undergrowth. It sounded like something large was moving through the woods, slowly, carefully. My blood ran cold. I knew it wasn't a deer or a moose. Those animals are usually much louder when they move. This was something else, something stealthy, something that was deliberately trying not to be heard. I dropped the tent and grabbed the small knife I carried in my pocket, my hand gripping it tightly. It wasn't much of a weapon against whatever was out there, but it was all I had. The rustling stopped. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the location of the sound. Was it still there? Had it moved? Then I heard it again, closer this time, a soft padding sound like something walking on soft earth. It was moving slowly, deliberately, circling my small clearing. I spun around, my headlamp beam dancing nervously through the darkness. I couldn't see anything beyond the immediate circle of light, but I could feel its presence out there in the blackness. Fear gave way to a surge of adrenaline. I knew I couldn't just stand there and wait for it to come for me. I had to do something. Against my better judgment, I decided to make a run for it. I figured my only chance was to try and find the trail again, to get out of this dense part of the forest. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on my knife, and bolted. I ran in the opposite direction of where I thought the sound had come from, my headlamp bouncing wildly as I crashed through the undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face and roots snagged at my feet. I stumbled and nearly fell several times, but I kept going, driven by pure terror. I didn't dare to stop, didn't dare to look back. After what felt like an eternity, I finally broke through the dense trees into a slightly more open area. I paused for a moment, panting, my chest heaving. I scanned my surroundings with my headlamp, still nothing but trees. I had no idea if I had lost whatever was following me. The silence of the forest was still oppressive, but I hadn't heard any more rustling or padding sounds. Maybe I had managed to get away. Just as a sliver of hope began to flicker in my chest, I heard it again. The howling. It was closer than ever this time, the mocking laughter echoing through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. It sounded like the creature was toying with me, letting me think I had escaped, only to remind me that it was still there, still watching. And then, mixed in with the howling, I heard a new sound. A low, guttural snarl, closer and more menacing than before. It sounded like whatever was out there was getting impatient. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. I was exhausted, disoriented, and completely alone in the dark. My chances of survival were dwindling with every passing minute. Desperation started to set in. I needed to find a place to hide, somewhere safe, at least for the rest of the night. I scanned the area frantically, my headlamp beam sweeping across the trees and rocks. Then I saw it. A large fallen log hollowed out in the middle. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. It might offer some kind of protection, a place to get out of the open. Without hesitation, I scrambled towards the log and squeezed myself into the hollow interior. It was cramped and uncomfortable, the rough bark digging into my skin, but it felt slightly safer than being out in the open. I huddled in the darkness, my knife clutched tightly in my hand, listening intently. The forest was silent again, but I knew it was just a temporary reprieve. Whatever was out there was still around, still hunting me, minutes stretched into an eternity. The darkness inside the log was absolute, broken only by the faint beam of my headlamp, which I had turned off to conserve the battery. The air was cold and damp, and I could feel the chill seeping into my bones. Then I heard it. A soft scratching sound just outside the log. It sounded like claws scraping against the bark. My breath hitched in my throat. It was right there, right outside my hiding place. The scratching continued, moving around the log. I could feel its presence just inches away from me, unseen in the darkness. Then the scratching stopped. The silence returned, heavy and suffocating. I waited, every muscle in my body tense, my heart pounding in my ears. Suddenly, there was a loud thud against the side of the log right next to my head. The log shook violently. Whatever was out there was testing it, seeing if it could get inside. Another thud, harder this time. The wood groaned under the impact. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the log to break apart. Then, the thudding stopped. I waited, holding my breath, wondering what it would do next. After a few agonizing moments of silence, I heard it again, the howling. But this time it was different. It wasn't mocking. It was angry, frustrated. The howls echoed through the forest, filled with a primal rage that made my blood run cold. It sounded like whatever was out there was furious that I had managed to evade it. The howling continued for several minutes, growing louder and more intense. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I lay there, huddled in the hollow log, my body trembling, wondering if it was gone. But I knew deep down that it wasn't. It was still out there in the darkness, waiting. And I knew that I couldn't stay hidden in this log forever. Eventually, I would have to come out. And when I did, I had a feeling that whatever was waiting for me would be there to greet me. The long night stretched on, filled with fear and uncertainty. Every sound, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I didn't dare to move, afraid of alerting whatever was lurking in the darkness. As the first hint of dawn began to filter through the trees, I knew I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay in the log any longer. I had to try and find my way back to civilization, even if it meant facing whatever was out there. Taking a deep breath, I slowly and cautiously crawled out of the hollow log, my knife still clutched tightly in my hand. The forest was still shrouded in shadow, but I could see a little more clearly now. I scanned my surroundings, my eyes darting from tree to tree. There was no sign of the creature, but I could still feel its presence, a cold, malevolent energy that seemed to permeate the very air around me. I knew I had to get out of these woods. I had to get back to the trail, back to safety. But first I had to figure out which way to go. And that, I realized with a sinking feeling, was going to be the hardest and most dangerous decision of all. The pale light of dawn revealed a forest that looked both familiar and utterly alien. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their shadows long and distorted. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I felt exposed and vulnerable, like I was being watched by unseen eyes. I had no idea which way to go. I was completely lost. I tried to remember the direction I had been hiking on the second day, but my panicked flight through the darkness had erased any sense of direction I might have had. I decided my best bet was to try and find some kind of landmark, something that would help me orient myself. I started walking slowly, my eyes scanning the trees and the ground, looking for anything familiar. As I walked, I kept my knife held tightly in my hand, ready to defend myself if necessary. The memory of those mocking howls and the feeling of being hunted were still fresh in my mind. After about an hour of walking, I stumbled upon a small stream. It wasn't marked on my map, but the sound of running water was a welcome sign. It meant there was a source of fresh water, and perhaps the stream would lead me to a larger body of water or a more recognizable area. I followed the stream for a while, hoping it would guide me back to the main trail. The forest along the stream bank was thick and overgrown, making it difficult to navigate. I had to push through dense bushes and climb over fallen logs, my progress slow and tiring. Then I saw them again, the tracks. They were unmistakable. Those large, slender prints with the elongated toes. They were fresh, too, pressed clearly into the soft mud along the edge of the stream. Whatever had made them had been here recently. A wave of dread washed over me. It was still out there. It was still following me. I stopped and looked around, my heart pounding. The forest was silent, but I could feel its presence lurking nearby. I had to get away from this place. I started to run again, following the stream, hoping it would lead me to safety. But the tracks continued alongside the stream, keeping pace with me. It was like the creature was playing with me, letting me think I could escape, but always staying just out of sight. The sun was starting to rise higher in the sky, but the forest remained dark and shadowy. The air was heavy and still, and the silence was broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and the gentle murmur of the stream. Then I heard it again. The howling, it started in the distance, faint and chilling, but it quickly grew louder, closer. It was the same mocking laughter I had heard the night before, but this time it was laced with a new element, a triumphant, almost gleeful tone. It sounded like the creature knew it had me cornered. I stopped running and turned to face the direction of the sound. The trees in front of me were dense and impenetrable, but I could feel its presence just beyond them, unseen but definitely there. The howling stopped, replaced by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in the air around me. It was closer now, so close I could almost feel its breath on my skin. I raised my knife, my hand trembling, my eyes darting around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. Then I saw it. It was just a fleeting glimpse, a shadow moving between the trees, but it was enough to send a fresh wave of terror coursing through me. It was tall, impossibly tall, with a slender, almost skeletal frame. Its limbs were long and spindly, and its movements were fluid and unnatural. I couldn't make out its face in the shadows, but I could see two glowing red eyes staring at me from the darkness. It was nothing like a wolf or a moose. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent. The growl intensified, and the creature took a step out of the shadows. Its form became clearer in the dim light. It was bipedal, walking upright like a human, but it was far too tall and too thin. Its skin looked pale and stretched tight over its bones, and its hands ended in long, sharp claws. The red eyes fixed on me, and a low, guttural sound rumbled from its chest, a sound that was both terrifying and strangely familiar. It was the sound I had heard mixed in with the mocking howls the night before. Fear gave way to a primal instinct to survive. I knew I couldn't fight this thing. It was too big, too strong, too unnatural. My only chance was to run. I turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, my legs pumping as fast as they could. The creature let out a deafening roar and started to pursue me, its long legs covering ground with terrifying speed. I could hear it crashing through the trees behind me, getting closer. I didn't dare to look back. I just kept running, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. The forest seemed to blur around me as I ran, dodging trees and leaping over fallen logs. I could feel the creature's presence getting closer, its heavy breathing echoing in my ears. Then I stumbled and fell, my ankle twisting beneath me. A sharp pain shot up my leg, and I cried out in agony. I tried to get back up, but my ankle wouldn't support my weight. I was trapped, lying helpless on the forest floor. I looked up and saw the creature emerging from the trees, its red eyes glowing in the dim light. It was even more terrifying up close. Its face was long and gaunt, with sharp, pointed teeth. It let out another deafening roar and started to advance towards me, its long claws outstretched. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the end. But then I heard another sound, a different kind of howl. It was deeper, more resonant, and it sounded protective. I opened my eyes and saw a large, gray wolf emerge from the trees on the other side of the clearing. It was followed by several other wolves, their eyes fixed on the creature that was advancing towards me. The creature stopped, its red eyes narrowing as it stared at the wolves. A low growl rumbled in its chest. The wolves stood their ground, their teeth bared, their bodies tense. They seemed to be protecting me. A tense standoff ensued, the two groups of predators facing each other in the silent forest. The air crackled with an ancient animosity. Then, with a deafening roar, the creature lunged at the wolves. The forest erupted in a cacophony of snarls, growls, and snapping teeth as the two groups clashed. I lay there, helpless, watching the brutal fight unfold. The wolves were fierce and agile, but the creature was larger and stronger. I saw one of the wolves get swatted aside, its body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. But the other wolves continued to fight, their bravery giving me a sliver of hope. The fight raged on for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, the tide began to turn. The wolves, working together as a pack, started to gain the upper hand. I saw one of them sink its teeth into the creature's leg, and another leap onto its back, tearing at its flesh. With a final agonizing shriek, the creature collapsed to the ground, its body twitching. The wolves stood over it, their teeth bared, their eyes gleaming. Then, one by one, they turned and looked at me. I held my breath, not knowing what to expect. Would they attack me too? But instead, the largest wolf, the gray one, let out a soft whine and took a step towards me. It sniffed my outstretched hand cautiously. I slowly reached out and gently stroked its fur. It felt surprisingly soft. The other wolves followed suit, nudging me and licking my hand. It was as if they knew I was no threat. After a few moments, the wolves seemed to sense that I was injured. The gray wolf nudged me towards the edge of the clearing, as if trying to guide me. With their help, I managed to stand up, putting as little weight as possible on my injured ankle. The wolves stayed by my side, flanking me as we started to move slowly through the forest. They led me back towards the stream, and then followed it downstream for what felt like hours. Eventually, I started to recognize some of the landmarks. We were getting closer to the main trail. Finally, we emerged onto the familiar path. The wolves stopped at the edge of the trees, looking back at me. The gray wolf let out one last soft whine, then turned and disappeared back into the forest, followed by the rest of the pack. I stood there for a moment, watching them go, a feeling of profound gratitude washing over me. They had saved my life. I slowly started to hobble down the trail, my ankle throbbing with pain. It took me hours, but I eventually reached one of the ranger stations. The rangers were shocked by my story, but they believed me. They had heard whispers of strange occurrences in the park before, but nothing this extreme. I spent a night at the ranger station, my ankle bandaged and my body exhausted. The next morning, I took the first ferry back to the mainland. I never went back to El Royale. The memory of those tracks, those howls, and the terrifying creature I encountered in the deep woods still haunts my nightmares. I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't a wolf or a moose. And I know that there are things out in the wild that we can't explain, things that are best left undisturbed. Sometimes, the peace and solitude of the wilderness come at a price. And sometimes the bad decisions we make in the face of the unknown can lead us to encounters that will change us forever. I went to Isle Royale looking for an adventure. I found a true horror story instead, and I'll never forget it. My name is Chloe, and if there's one thing I love, it's the crisp, clean air of the woods and the feeling of being completely disconnected from the everyday grind. That's why every fall, my friends and I try to squeeze in at least one good camping trip before the weather turns completely frigid. This year, the destination was the Ottawa National Forest, a sprawling expanse of wilderness that promised stunning scenery and, hopefully, a much-needed escape. Our usual crew consists of 4 of us, me, Lyra, and Ben. We've been friends since high school, navigating everything from awkward dances to college applications together. Liam is the pragmatic one, always meticulously planning our routes and packing enough supplies to survive a small apocalypse. Sarah is the free spirit, the one who's always up for an adventure, no matter how crazy it sounds. Ben is the comedian of the group, constantly cracking jokes and lightening the mood, even in the most stressful situations. And then there's me, somewhere in the middle, usually just happy to be along for the ride. We arrived at our chosen campsite late on a Friday afternoon, the sun already beginning its slow descent behind the towering pines. Liam, as usual, had found us a perfect spot, secluded enough to feel like we were truly in the wilderness, but not so far off the beaten path that we felt completely isolated. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell that always feels like coming home to me. Setting up camp was a well-oiled machine by this point. Liam took charge of the tent, his movements efficient and practiced. Sarah and I gathered firewood, our laughter echoing softly through the trees as we debated the merits of various fallen branches. Ben, meanwhile, wrestled with the portable grill, muttering darkly about its temperamental nature. Within an hour, we had our tents pitched, a decent stack of wood ready for the fire, and the tantalizing aroma of grilling hot dogs filling the air. As darkness crept in, we gathered around the crackling campfire, the flames casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. The stars began to pepper the inky sky, a breathtaking display that you just don't get in the city. We ate our dinner, the conversation flowing easily between us, catching up on work, relationships, and the usual life updates. Once the initial hunger was satisfied, and the embers began to glow a little softer, the conversation naturally drifted towards the spooky. It's a tradition on our camping trips. After the sun goes down and the woods get truly dark, we tell each other ghost stories. Some are classics, ones we've heard a million times, while others are more personal, whispered tales of strange encounters or unexplained phenomena. This year, it was Sarah's turn to start. She leaned forward, her eyes wide in the flickering firelight, and lowered her voice to a dramatic whisper. Okay, so I heard this story a while back, and it totally freaked me out. It's about this old woman who supposedly lived deep in these woods, like way back in the early 1900s. People said she was a witch. Ben snorted. A witch? Seriously, Sarah. Sarah shot him a playful glare. Hey, don't knock it till you hear it! Anyway, the story goes that she was a recluse, lived in a tiny cabin miles from anywhere. People in the nearby towns said she practiced dark magic, cast spells, and could even control the animals in the forest. There were rumors of people who went into the woods and never came back out, and everyone blamed the witch. Liam, ever the skeptic, chimed in. Probably just got lost or encountered a bear. Maybe, Sarah conceded, but here's the creepy part. The story says that if you ever stumbled upon her cabin, you'd know it because she would hang strange dolls from the trees around it. Dolls made of twigs and leaves, sometimes with bits of bone or hair woven in. And if you saw those dolls, it meant she knew you were there and you were in danger. A shiver ran down my spine, despite myself. There's something inherently unsettling about the idea of strange dolls hanging in the woods, their unseeing eyes watching you. Ben, despite his initial skepticism, was now leaning forward, intrigued. So what happened to her? Did anyone ever find her? That's the thing, Sarah said, her voice dropping even lower. No one really knows. Some say she died in her cabin alone and forgotten. Others say she's still out there, deep in the woods, her spirit lingering. And some people even claim that the dolls still appear sometimes, even now. We all fell silent for a moment, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl. The story, as silly as it might sound in the daylight, had a certain chilling effect in the darkness of the forest. Liam broke the silence with a forced laugh. All right, that's enough of the spooky stories for now. Let's talk about something less witchy. We shifted the conversation to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the image of those strange dolls from my mind. Twigs and leaves, bits of bone and hair, it was a disturbingly vivid picture. I glanced around the campsite, the darkness beyond the firelight seeming a little more menacing than it had before. Eventually, the late hour and the warmth of the fire lulled us into a state of drowsy contentment. We banked the fire, making sure the embers were safely contained, and retreated to our tents. I shared a tent with Sarah, and as we lay in our sleeping bags, the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. That witch story was pretty creepy, huh? Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Yeah, I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. Just a story, though. I know, she said, but I could hear a hint of unease in her tone. We drifted off to sleep, the image of the witch and her strange dolls still lingering in the back of my mind. The night passed without incident, and when the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, I felt a sense of relief. It had just been a story. After all, we emerged from our tents, the air crisp and cool. The forest looked beautiful in the morning light, the dew-kissed leaves shimmering like tiny jewels. We started making breakfast, the smell of coffee and frying bacon filling the air. It was Ben who found the first one. He was walking towards the edge of our campsite, probably to relieve himself, when he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Hey guys, he called out, his voice sounding strange. Come take a look at this. Liam, Sarah, and I exchanged confused glances and walked over to where Ben was standing. He was pointing towards a tall oak tree, its branches stretching high above us. And hanging from one of the lower branches, swaying gently in the morning breeze, was a doll. It wasn't a store-bought doll, the kind you'd find in a toy store. This was something else entirely. It was crudely fashioned from twigs, bound together with what looked like strips of bark. Its head was a round piece of wood with two small pebbles embedded as eyes. A few strands of what looked like dark hair were tied to the top of its head. It was small, maybe about the size of my hand, and it looked ancient and unsettling. We stared at it in stunned silence. The laughter from the previous night about the witch story felt like a distant memory now. This was no laughing matter. This was real. Then Sarah gasped, pointing to another tree a few feet away. "There's another one." And sure enough, hanging from a low, hanging branch of a maple tree was another doll, similar to the first but with slight variations. This one had small feathers stuck into its twig body and what looked like a tiny animal bone tied to its waist. A wave of unease washed over me. This couldn't be a coincidence. Someone had deliberately placed these dolls here. But who and why? Lamb, ever the pragmatist, tried to offer a rational explanation. Maybe some kids were playing around here earlier. But his voice lacked conviction, and we all knew it. This didn't look like child's play. There was something much more sinister about these strange, handmade dolls hanging silently in the woods around our campsite. The laughter from the night before had stopped completely. A cold knot of fear began to tighten in my stomach. This camping trip had just taken a very dark turn. Liam's suggestion about kids playing around felt hollow even as he said it. These weren't the kind of dolls a child would make, or even want to play with. They were too crude, too unsettling. The materials used twigs, bark, pebbles, what looked suspiciously like real hair and bones spoke of something ancient and ritualistic, not innocent fun. We stood there for a long moment, the morning sun filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air, which had felt so fresh and clean just moments before, now seemed heavy with a sense of foreboding. The cheerful chirping of birds felt almost mocking in the face of this silent, eerie discovery. Sarah was the first to break the silence, her voice barely a whisper. This is exactly like in the story. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Ben, who usually had a joke for every situation, was uncharacteristically quiet. He ran a hand through his hair, his brow furrowed in concern. "Okay, this is weird. Really weird. Maybe we should just take them down." Liam nodded slowly. "Yeah, probably a good idea. Let's just get rid of them." He reached for the doll hanging from the oak tree, but hesitated just before his fingers made contact. "Should we touch them?" he asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The question hung in the air. None of us wanted to touch them. There was something inherently repulsive about these objects, a feeling that they were somehow tainted, unclean. Finally, I spoke up. "Maybe we can use a stick." Liam grabbed a long branch that had fallen nearby and carefully used it to dislodge the first doll. It fell to the ground with a soft thud, landing on the damp leaves. We all instinctively took a step back. He then used the same branch to knock down the second doll. It too landed on the ground, its twig limbs splayed out at odd angles. We scanned the trees around our campsite, our eyes searching for any more of these unsettling objects. It didn't take long to find them. There were more than just two. We spotted another one hanging from a pine tree, its body adorned with small, dried berries. Then another, tucked away in the branches of a bush, this one with what looked like a piece of animal tooth tied to its head. With a growing sense of dread, we continued our search, finding a total of 7 of these crude dolls hanging around the perimeter of our campsite. Each one was slightly different, but they all shared the same unsettling aesthetic, made from natural materials, vaguely humanoid in shape, and radiating an aura of something ancient and malevolent. As we gathered the fallen dolls into a small pile, a heavy silence descended upon us. The initial shock had worn off, replaced by a knowing feeling of fear and unease. The witch story from the night before no longer seemed like a harmless campfire tale. It felt like a warning, a foreshadowing of something truly disturbing. "Okay," Liam said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. "This is beyond creepy. Someone is messing with us. You think it's just a prank?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with doubt. "This doesn't feel like a prank, Liam." I had to agree with Sarah. There was a darkness to these dolls, a sense of wrongness that went beyond a simple joke. It felt deliberate, targeted. Ben, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up, his usual jovial tone replaced with a serious intensity. "Guys, remember how Sarah said in the story that if you saw the dolls, it meant the witch knew you were there?" A fresh wave of chills ran down my spine. The implication was clear someone, or something, knew we were here, and they had left these unsettling markers for us to find. "We need to get out of here," I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "Now." Liam nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think you're right. This place suddenly feels wrong. We wasted no time in packing up our campsite. The earlier leisurely pace was replaced with a frantic urgency. We tore down the tents, stuffed our sleeping bags into their sacks, and crammed everything back into our backpacks. The smell of bacon, which had been so inviting just an hour ago, now seemed nauseating. As we worked, we kept glancing nervously at the surrounding woods, half expecting to see something moving in the shadows, some unseen presence watching us. The feeling of being alone in the wilderness had vanished, replaced by the distinct and terrifying sensation of being observed. Once everything was packed, we stood for a moment, looking at the pile of dolls lying on the ground. What should we do with them? Take them with us. We can't just leave them. Sarah said, her voice tight with anxiety. What if someone else finds them? And we definitely can't take them with us. Ben added, a look of disgust on his face. I don't want those creepy things anywhere near me. Liam sighed. I guess we should at least try to dispose of them properly. He found a sturdy plastic bag in his backpack and, using a stick, carefully nudged the dolls into it. We watched in silence as the bag filled with the strange, unsettling objects. It felt like we were containing something evil, something we didn't understand. With the bag securely tied, Liam carried it a short distance away from our campsite. He found a large, flat rock and placed the bag underneath it, hoping to at least conceal them from casual view. Finally, with our gear packed and the dolls hidden, we started our hike back towards the trailhead. The woods, which had seemed so inviting just yesterday, now felt menacing and oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot, sent a jolt of fear through me. We walked quickly, not talking much, our eyes constantly scanning the trees around us. The hike back felt much longer and more arduous than the hike in. The weight of our backpacks seemed heavier, the path steeper. The silence of the forest was no longer peaceful. It was filled with an unspoken tension, a shared sense of dread. As we walked, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it really just a prank? But who would go to such lengths? And why? The witch story, it felt too coincidental. Could there be some truth to the old legend? Liam, sensing my unease, spoke up. Hey, it's going to be okay. Once we're out of these woods, it'll all seem like a bad dream. I wanted to believe him, but a cold feeling in my gut told me otherwise. This didn't feel like something we could just leave behind in the woods. It felt like something that had been awakened, something that might follow us. We finally reached the trailhead. The sight of the parking lot and our cars a welcome relief. It felt like we had escaped something, though I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. As we loaded our gear into the cars, Sarah suddenly gasped and pointed towards the edge of the woods, the trees just beyond the parking lot. Hanging from a low branch of a lone pine tree, clearly visible in the daylight, was another doll. This one was different from the others. It was slightly larger, and its head was made from a smooth, white stone. Its eyes were two black beads, and its mouth was a thin, jagged line carved into the stone. It stared directly at us, its expression somehow both vacant and malevolent. We froze, staring back at the doll. The sense of unease we had felt in the woods intensified, replaced by a chilling realization whatever had placed those dolls was not confined to our campsite. It had followed us. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, then Ben broke it with a shaky laugh. Okay, he said, his voice trembling slightly. I officially hate camping. Liam, his face grim, simply said, let's just go. We piled into our cars, not saying another word. As Liam started the engine, I couldn't help but glance back at the woods. The doll still hung there, its unblinking eyes watching us as we drove away. The feeling of dread remained, a cold, persistent knot in my stomach. I had a terrible feeling that this was not the end of our encounter with the strange dolls in the Ottawa National Forest. This was just the beginning. The drive home was tense and silent. Each of us was lost in our own thoughts, replaying the events of the past 24 hours. The initial excitement of a weekend camping trip had been completely obliterated, replaced by a gnawing fear that clung to us like the damp forest air. Every time a car passed us on the highway, or a sudden shadow flickered in our peripheral vision, I tensed up, half expecting to see another one of those unsettling dolls. Liam, who was driving, kept glancing in the rearview mirror, his knuckles white as he gripped the steering wheel. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, her expression blank. Ben, usually the life of the party, was quiet and withdrawn in the back. We didn't talk about the doll we saw by the parking lot. It was the unspoken truth in the car, the chilling confirmation that whatever was happening wasn't confined to the woods. It had somehow followed us out. Once we reached Sarah's apartment, where we had all agreed to regroup, the silence finally broke. We practically tumbled out of the cars, eager to be in a more familiar and safe environment. Sarah immediately locked the door behind us, as if that flimsy piece of wood could offer any real protection against whatever we had encountered. We sat in her living room, the bright afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows, a stark contrast to the dim, foreboding atmosphere of the forest. But even here, surrounded by the normalcy of everyday life, the unease lingered. "Okay," Liam said, finally breaking the silence. "We need to talk about this. What the hell was that?" Sarah shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "I don't know, it was just like the story. The witch, the dolls." Ben shook his head. "Come on, guys. You don't actually believe in witches, do you?" "After seeing those things?" I retorted, my voice rising slightly. "What else could it be?" "I don't know," Ben said, running a hand through his hair again. "Some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe some weirdos who hang creepy dolls in the woods for fun." 7 of them, perfectly placed around our campsite, Sarah argued. "And then another one waiting for us at the trailhead. That doesn't sound like a prank to me, Ben." Liam sighed. "Look, whether it was a prank or something else, it was seriously messed up. I think we should just try to forget about it." "Forget about it," I exclaimed. "Liam, we found creepy handmade dolls hanging around our tents. One of them was waiting for us when we left. How are we supposed to just forget about that?" He didn't have an answer. The truth was, none of us could forget it. The image of those silent, staring dolls was burned into our minds. We spent the next few hours at Sarah's apartment, trying to distract ourselves. We ordered pizza, put on a movie, and tried to act like everything was normal. But the conversation kept circling back to the dolls, to the unsettling feeling that we were being watched. As evening approached, the thought of going home to my empty apartment felt increasingly unappealing. The idea of being alone, knowing that something might be out there, was terrifying. "Hey," I said tentatively, "maybe we should all just stay here tonight at Sarah's." There was a moment of hesitation, then Liam nodded. "Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Strength in numbers, right?" Ben agreed, and Sarah readily offered her spare bedroom. We made makeshift beds on the floor and tried to get some sleep, but the night was restless. Every creak of the house, every passing car sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I kept imagining those dolls, their pebble eyes staring at me in the darkness. The next day, we were all still on edge. We decided to go out for breakfast, hoping that being in a public place would help us feel a little safer. We sat in a crowded diner, the sounds of clattering plates and chattering voices a welcome change from the eerie silence of the forest. But even here, surrounded by other people, the feeling of being watched persisted. I kept catching myself glancing around, scanning the faces in the crowd, wondering if anyone was looking at us with knowing eyes. As we were finishing our breakfast, Sarah's phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. She frowned as she read it aloud. "Did you like my dolls?" A wave of cold dread washed over us. We stared at each other in disbelief. How could anyone know our numbers? How could they know about the dolls? Before we could even process the message, another text came through, this time addressed to Liam. "You shouldn't have hidden them under the rock." Liam's face turned pale. He hadn't told anyone where he had put the bag of dolls. Then Ben's phone buzzed. His face went white as he read his message. "The one by the parking lot is my favorite." Finally, my phone vibrated. I picked it up, my hand trembling, and read the single, chilling sentence. "You can't escape the woods." We looked at each other, our faces reflecting the pure terror we were all feeling. This wasn't a prank. This was something much more sinister, something that seemed to know our every move. We didn't know who or what was sending these messages, but the implication was clear: we were being watched, and we weren't safe, even here in the city. We immediately went to the police station to report what had happened. The officer on duty listened to our story with a skeptical expression. He took down our statements, but it was clear he didn't believe us. He suggested it was probably just some teenagers playing a prank and advised us to change our phone numbers. We left the police station feeling frustrated and even more vulnerable. If the police didn't believe us, who would? Over the next few days, the text messages continued. They were always cryptic, always unsettling, always reminding us of the dolls in the woods. Sometimes they would mention specific details about our camping trip, things we hadn't told anyone. It was as if someone or something had been there with us, watching our every move. Sleep became a luxury. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. Every unfamiliar sound sent our hearts racing. We jumped at the slightest noise, constantly looking over our shoulders. One evening, as I was alone in my apartment, I heard a soft scratching sound coming from my window. I froze, my blood running cold. Slowly, cautiously, I crept towards the window and peered out through the blinds. Hanging from the branch of the tree outside my window, swaying gently in the evening breeze, was another doll. This one was different from all the others. It was larger, almost life-sized, and it was made from what looked like human hair, woven into a grotesque parody of a human form. Its eyes were large, black buttons, and its mouth was stitched shut with thick, black thread. I screamed, stumbling back from the window in terror. I ran out of my apartment and didn't stop until I reached Sarah's place. We were all there that night, huddled together in Sarah's living room, the curtains drawn, every light in the apartment blazing. We knew we couldn't stay here. We weren't safe anywhere. Liam, his face pale and drawn, finally spoke. "There's only one thing we can do." We all looked at him, fear and anticipation in our eyes. "We have to go back," he said. "We have to go back to the woods." Sarah gasped. "Are you crazy? Why would we go back there?" "Because whatever this is, it started there," Liam said. "And I have a feeling it won't stop until we face it." Ben surprisingly nodded in agreement. "He's right. We can't keep running. We need to find out what's going on." I was terrified, but deep down I knew they were right. We couldn't live like this, constantly looking over our shoulders, waiting for the next message, the next doll to appear. So, the next morning, armed with flashlights, hiking sticks, and a shared sense of dread, we drove back to the Ottawa National Forest. We parked at the trailhead, the same spot where we had seen the last doll. This time there was nothing hanging from the tree. The woods felt different this time. The air was heavy, the silence oppressive. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for us. We followed the same path we had taken to our campsite, our senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. When we finally reached our old campsite, it looked different too. The area where we had pitched our tents was now overgrown with weeds, as if no one had been there in years. The fire pit was just a pile of cold ashes, and then we saw them. Hanging from the trees all around our campsite were more dolls, dozens of them. Hundreds maybe. They were everywhere, their silent, unblinking eyes staring at us from every direction. Some were the same crude twig dolls we had seen before. Others were made of different materials, feathers, bones, scraps of fabric. And some looked disturbingly like us. There was one doll with long, dark hair that resembled mine. Another one was wearing a small, ripped tee, shirt that looked just like the one Liam had been wearing on our trip. There was even a doll with a slightly rounder face and a goofy grin that was unmistakably Ben. And then I saw it. Hanging from the largest tree in the center of the campsite was a doll that looked exactly like Sarah. It was wearing a tiny replica of her favorite hiking jacket, and its hair was styled in the same messy bun she always wore. But it was the eyes that sent a shiver of pure terror down my spine. They weren't pebbles or buttons. They were Sarah's eyes. We all stared at the doll, our blood running cold. Then we heard a soft chuckle behind us. We spun around, our hearts pounding in our chests. Standing at the edge of the woods, her face hidden in the shadows, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, and it was holding something in its hands. As it stepped into the light, we saw what it was. Another doll. This one was small, made of twigs and leaves, and it looked exactly like me. The figure raised the doll, its unseen face turning towards us. And then, in a voice that sounded like the rustling of dry leaves, it spoke. "Welcome home, Chloe." And that's the last thing I remember. My name is Ethan, and I've always found solace in the great outdoors. There's something about the quiet solitude of nature that calms my mind and recharges my spirit. City life, with its constant noise and endless demands, can be draining, so these occasional escapes into the wilderness are essential for my sanity. This time I decided on a solo overnight hike along the Jordan River pathway here in Michigan. I'd heard it was a beautiful trail, winding through dense forests and offering stunning views of the river. The plan was simple: hike in a few miles, find a decent spot to set up camp before nightfall, enjoy the peace and quiet, and hike back out the next morning. Just me, my backpack, and the tranquility of nature. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, I know, but at the time, I genuinely believed it would be a straightforward, peaceful experience. I set off early Saturday morning, the late summer air crisp and carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The initial part of the trail was exactly as advertised, picturesque and serene. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The Jordan River, true to its name, meandered alongside the path, its clear waters reflecting the blue sky above. Birds chirped their cheerful melodies, and the only other sounds were the gentle rush of the river and the rhythmic crunch of my hiking boots on the packed dirt trail. For the first few hours, I felt completely at ease, enjoying the beauty around me and the physical exertion of the hike. I even stopped a couple of times to take photos, capturing the idyllic scenery on my phone. As the afternoon wore on, the trail became a bit more challenging, with some steeper inclines and more rugged terrain. The number of other hikers I encountered dwindled, and soon I was completely alone. This didn't bother me at first. In fact, I welcomed the solitude. It was exactly what I had come for. I found a suitable campsite a few miles in, a small clearing nestled among some towering oak trees, not too far from the riverbank. There was a fire pit already there, a circle of blackened stones, which was convenient. I quickly set about the task of pitching my tent, a familiar routine that I found surprisingly satisfying. Once the tent was up and my gear was stowed inside, I gathered some dry firewood and started building a small fire. There's something primal and comforting about a crackling campfire, especially as dusk begins to settle. I cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated chili, which tasted surprisingly good after a long day of hiking. As I ate, I watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange, pink, and purple. The forest around me gradually transformed from the vibrant greens and browns of daylight into a shadowy, mysterious realm. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest shifted. The daytime chorus of birdsong faded, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the hoot of an owl in the distance. It was a different kind of beauty, a more subtle and perhaps a little more unsettling beauty. It was as the last vestiges of twilight faded and darkness truly descended that the feeling started. It wasn't a sudden dramatic shift, but a gradual creeping sense of unease that prickled the back of my neck. It felt like I was being watched. I tried to rationalize it, of course. It was just the darkness playing tricks on my mind. I was alone in the woods. It was natural to feel a little apprehensive. But this was more than just apprehension. This was a deep, visceral feeling that someone or something was out there observing me from the shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig in the surrounding undergrowth sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I found myself constantly scanning the darkness with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the inky blackness, searching for I wasn't even sure what I was searching for. Just some sign that I wasn't alone. Each time the beam landed on a swaying branch or a patch of moss-covered rocks, I felt a momentary sense of relief, followed by a renewed wave of anxiety as I continued my sweep. The sound seemed amplified in the darkness. The wind whispered through the trees, sounding almost like hushed voices. A twig snapped nearby, and I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it was probably just a deer or some other small animal, but the feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing minute. I stoked the fire, hoping the flickering flames would provide some sense of security, a small island of light in the vast darkness. I sat huddled close to the warmth, my flashlight clutched tightly in my hand, constantly scanning the perimeter of my campsite. I tried to tell myself stories to distract my racing thoughts, but it was no use. The feeling was too strong, too pervasive. Then I saw them. I was sweeping my flashlight across the woods, just beyond the edge of my firelight when I caught the reflection. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe the reflection of my own eyes off a dewdrop on a leaf. But then I moved the beam slightly, and the reflections shifted. There were more of them. Many more. They were eyes, definitely eyes. Round and luminous, reflecting the light of my flashlight like tiny, glowing embers scattered in the darkness. I couldn't make out any shapes, just the sheer number of eyes staring back at me from the blackness. There were at least a dozen, maybe more, all positioned at different heights and distances, surrounding my campsite in a silent, watchful circle. A cold wave of terror washed over me, so intense it almost paralyzed me. My breath caught in my throat, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. These weren't the eyes of deer or raccoons. They were too numerous, too intense. and there was something undeniably intelligent about the way they seemed to be observing me. I froze, my flashlight beam fixed on the nearest pair of eyes, which seemed to be only a few yards away. They were a yellowish-green color, and they didn't blink. They just stared, unwavering, sending a primal shiver of fear down my spine. I wanted to scream to run, but my body wouldn't respond. I was trapped in the beam of my own flashlight, a spotlight illuminating my terror for whatever was out there in the darkness. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I continued to stare at the eyes, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. What kind of animals traveled in such large groups and had eyes that glowed like that? Wolves? Coyotes? Even then, the sheer number seemed impossible, and there was something else, something unsettlingly alien about their gaze. Slowly, hesitantly, I reached for the knife I kept strapped to my belt. My hand trembled as I unsheathed the blade, the cold steel a small comfort in the face of the unknown threat surrounding me. I held the knife in front of me, my flashlight still trained on the eyes, ready to defend myself if necessary. But against so many, what chance did I have? The eyes continued to watch, silent and unmoving. The feeling of being observed was almost suffocating. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a bug under a microscope. I had come to the woods seeking peace and solitude, but I had found something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent, and lurking in the shadows, and now it had found me. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to do something. But what? I was miles from my car, with night all around me, and a multitude of unseen eyes watching my every move. This peaceful overnight hike had turned into a terrifying nightmare, and I had no idea how I was going to get out of it alive. The sheer number of eyes continued to haunt me. Too many eyes. What were they? And what did they want? The questions swirled in my mind, unanswered and terrifying. This was just the beginning of my ordeal. I could feel it in my bones. The night was still young, and I had a long way to go. The sheer number of eyes reflecting in my flashlight beam was unnerving, to say the least. It was like staring into a starless night sky, but instead of distant galaxies, these were focused, intent gazes, all directed at me. I gripped my knife tighter, my knuckles white against the cold steel. My mind raced, trying to categorize what I was seeing. Wolves and coyotes usually hunt in packs, but this felt different. There was an unnerving stillness about them, a silent observation that felt predatory in a way I couldn't quite articulate. I decided to try and make some noise, hoping to scare them off. I let out a loud yell, my voice cracking slightly with fear. The eyes in the darkness didn't flinch. They remained fixed on me, their luminous glow unwavering. I grabbed a thick piece of firewood from beside the fire and slammed it against another log, the sharp crack echoing through the silent woods. Still nothing. It was as if my attempts to intimidate them were completely futile. A chilling thought crept into my mind. What if they weren't normal animals? What if these were something else entirely? The Jordan River Pathway is a relatively well-traveled trail, but it also cuts through some pretty remote and undeveloped areas. Local legends and old wives' tales about strange creatures in the deep woods flickered through my thoughts, stories I'd always dismissed as folklore. Now, staring into that multitude of unblinking eyes, a seed of doubt began to sprout in my mind. I knew I couldn't just stand there, paralyzed by fear. I had to do something. My first instinct was to retreat, to try and make my way back to my car. But the thought of turning my back on those eyes, of stumbling blindly through the darkness while they watched me, was terrifying. Besides, I had no idea how far they extended around my campsite. They could be blocking the trail back. My next thought was to try and make the fire bigger. Maybe the flames would keep them at bay. I frantically added more wood to the fire, feeding the growing flames until they leaped high into the night sky, casting flickering shadows that danced and wreathed around the clearing. The heat radiating from the fire was intense, but the eyes in the darkness remained seemingly unbothered. If anything, the increased light seemed to make them more distinct, their individual glows more pronounced. I scanned the circle of eyes again, trying to discern any patterns or individual characteristics. Some seemed higher off the ground than others, suggesting different sizes or postures. Some were closer, their yellowish-green light burning intensely, while others were further away, appearing as fainter pinpricks in the blackness. There was no sound coming from them, no growls, no whimpers, just the silent, unwavering gaze. The silence was perhaps the most unsettling thing of all. Hours seemed to pass as I stood there, locked in a silent standoff with the unseen watchers in the woods. My muscles ached from the tension, my eyes burned from constantly scanning the darkness, and my throat was dry from fear. The fire eventually began to die down, the flames shrinking and the light fading. As the shadows deepened again, the eyes seemed to grow brighter, more numerous. Desperation began to set in. I knew I couldn't survive the night like this, constantly on edge, waiting for whatever these things were to make their move. I had to try something, anything. I decided to make a break for it. My car was several miles back down the trail, but staying here felt like a death sentence. I quickly packed up my most essential gear, shoving my sleeping bag, food, and water into my backpack. I kept my knife in my hand, my flashlight beam cutting a path through the darkness. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and then I started to move. I stepped out of the circle of firelight, my flashlight beam sweeping ahead of me, trying to pick out the trail. The moment I moved, there was a subtle shift in the darkness. I couldn't quite see it, but I could feel it. A sense of movement, a rustling in the undergrowth that seemed to follow my every step. The number of eyes reflecting in my light seemed to increase, as if the movement had drawn more of them out of the shadows. I tried to walk as quickly and quietly as possible, my boots crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The trail was uneven and winding, and in the darkness, it was easy to stumble. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept my flashlight trained ahead, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from all sides. Suddenly, there was a sound that made my blood run cold. It wasn't a growl or a bark, but something else entirely. It was a soft, guttural clicking sound, like someone tapping their fingernails rapidly against a hard surface. The sound seemed to come from just beyond the edge of my flashlight beam, close enough that I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I froze, my light fixed on the spot where I thought the sound had come from. I couldn't see anything, just the dense undergrowth of the forest. The clicking sound came again, closer this time, followed by a soft rustling in the leaves. Whatever was out there was moving, and it was getting closer. Terror surged through me, overriding my fear. I had to get out of here. I started to run, my backpack bouncing against my back, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The trail became a blur in the beam of my flashlight as I sprinted through the darkness, the clicking sound echoing behind me, sometimes seeming to come from the left, sometimes from the right. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder and saw them. Not clearly, but I caught glimpses of movement in the periphery of my light dark, indistinct shapes moving silently through the trees, keeping pace with me. And then I saw the eyes again, dozens of them, glowing like malevolent stars in the darkness, following my every move. The clicking sound grew louder, closer, and I could hear other sounds now too soft, padding footsteps on the forest floor, the rustling of branches as something moved through the undergrowth. I felt like I was being hunted, pursued by an unseen pack of predators in the darkness. My lungs were burning, my legs were aching, but I couldn't stop. I knew that if I did, they would be on me. I stumbled and nearly fell, catching myself just in time. The flashlight slipped in my sweaty hand, momentarily casting its beam into the trees, revealing nothing but shadows. Just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I saw a faint light ahead through the trees. It was small and weak, but in the overwhelming darkness, it looked like a beacon of hope. Could it be another camper? A cabin? I didn't know, but I ran towards it with renewed determination, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and anticipation. As I got closer, I could see that the light was coming from a small, dilapidated structure, a shack or an old shed, barely visible through the trees. It looked abandoned and run down, but at this point, any shelter was better than none. I veered off the trail and stumbled towards the shack, pushing through the dense undergrowth. The clicking sound seemed to fade slightly as I moved away from the trail, but I could still hear the rustling and the soft padding footsteps behind me. I reached the shack and tried the door. It was locked. I rattled the handle frantically, but it wouldn't budge. I looked around wildly, my flashlight beam dancing across the weathered wooden walls. There were no windows, just a single solid door. Panic began to set in again. I was trapped. The creatures were still out there, closing in. I could hear them moving through the trees, their sounds growing louder. I had to find a way inside. I kicked at the door, but it held firm. I tried again, putting all my weight into it, but it wouldn't budge. I was running out of time. The sounds outside were getting closer. I could almost feel their presence just beyond the walls of the shack. In desperation, I turned my attention to the walls. They were made of rough, hewn planks, loosely fitted together. I grabbed one of the planks and tried to pull it loose. It groaned and creaked, but it wouldn't budge. I tried another and another, my fingers raw and bleeding. Finally, one of the planks gave way, splintering and cracking as it came loose. It left a small gap in the wall, just big enough to maybe squeeze through. I didn't hesitate. I dropped my backpack and squeezed through the opening, scraping my arms and legs on the rough wood. I tumbled inside the shack and landed hard on the dirt floor. The air inside was thick with the smell of mildew and decay. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see a thing. I fumbled for my flashlight and turned it on, its beam cutting through the darkness. The shack was small and bare. There was nothing inside but a few rotting wooden crates and a pile of debris in the corner. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. I quickly squeezed back through the hole and grabbed my backpack, pulling it inside with me. I turned my flashlight towards the hole in the wall, expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing there, just the darkness of the forest beyond. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. Maybe I had finally escaped them. But then, I heard the clicking sound again. It was coming from inside the shack. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping across the small space. And then I saw them. 2 pairs of eyes, glowing in the darkness just a few feet away from me. They were different from the eyes I had seen outside. These were smaller, closer together, and they had a reddish hue. And then I saw the creature they belonged to. It was crouched low to the ground, its body long and thin, covered in dark, matted fur. Its face was obscured by shadows, but I could see its sharp teeth glinting in the flashlight beam. It let out a soft, guttural hiss, and then it lunged. The creature lunged with surprising speed, its sharp teeth bared in a silent snarl. I reacted instinctively, raising my knife to defend myself. The blade connected with something solid, a sickening thud echoing in the small shack. The creature recoiled slightly, hissing again, this time a higher, pitched, almost insect-like sound. I scrambled backwards, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the creature. My flashlight beam danced wildly as I tried to keep it in sight. It was low to the ground, its movements fluid and unsettlingly quick. I couldn't get a clear look at its face, but the reddish glow of its eyes was fixed on me, filled with a primal hunger. Before I could react, the creature lunged again, this time aiming for my leg. I managed to sidestep, but its claws raked across my jeans, tearing the fabric and leaving a burning scratch on my skin. I yelped in pain and swung my knife again, catching it on the creature's side. It hissed and darted back into the shadows, disappearing behind one of the rotting crates. I held my breath, listening intently for any sound. The clicking had stopped, replaced by a soft, almost imperceptible rustling. I kept my flashlight trained on the crate, my knife held ready. My heart was pounding in my chest, and adrenaline coursed through my veins, sharpening my senses. Suddenly, there was a movement in the corner of the shack. Another pair of reddish eyes glowed in the darkness. There were 2 of them. I hadn't seen the second one before. They were flanking me, their silent gazes unnervingly intelligent. I knew I was outnumbered and outmatched in this confined space. I had to get out of the shack. I turned towards the hole in the wall, but just as I did, I heard a new sound from outside. It was the clicking again, but this time it was much louder, accompanied by a chorus of soft, guttural hisses. They were all around the shack. I was trapped. The 2 creatures inside the shack began to advance, moving slowly and deliberately. They seemed to be coordinating their movements, their eyes never leaving mine. I backed up against the wall, my knife my only defense. Just as they were about to attack, I remembered my backpack. I had a small can of bear spray tucked away in one of the side pockets. It was a long shot, but it was better than nothing. I quickly reached behind me and fumbled for the can, my fingers trembling with fear. I managed to grab the can and pulled it out just as the first creature lunged. I aimed and sprayed a short burst of the potent spray directly into its face. The creature shrieked a high-pitched, agonizing sound and recoiled, clawing at its eyes. The second creature hesitated for a moment, its reddish eyes wide with surprise or perhaps fear. I didn't waste the opportunity. I turned and scrambled towards the hole in the wall, squeezing through the narrow opening as quickly as I could. I tumbled out into the darkness, landing hard on the ground. The night air was filled with the sounds of the creatures, the clicking, the hissing, and the pained shrieks of the one I had sprayed. I didn't dare to look back. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly through the trees. The sounds of pursuit were immediate. I could hear them crashing through the undergrowth behind me, their footsteps surprisingly light and agile. The clicking sound was still there, sometimes close, sometimes further away, but always present, a constant reminder of the unseen things that were hunting me. I ran blindly through the forest, my only goal to put as much distance as possible between myself and the shack. The trail was long forgotten. I stumbled over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face. My lungs burned my legs, but I didn't dare to stop. After what felt like an eternity, I started to hear a different sound in the distance, the faint rush of the Jordan River. Hope surged through me. If I could reach the river, maybe I could follow it back to the trail, or at least use it as a barrier. I changed direction, heading towards the sound of the water. The terrain became steeper and more uneven, but I pushed on, driven by a primal need to survive. Finally, I broke through the trees and reached the riverbank. The river looked wider and more menacing in the darkness, its surface reflecting the faint starlight like a ribbon of black ink. I didn't hesitate. I plunged into the icy water, gasping at the sudden shock. The current was strong, pulling me downstream. I struggled to keep my footing on the slippery rocks, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the opposite bank. The sounds of the creatures seemed to fade slightly as I moved further into the river, but I could still hear the occasional click and hiss from the shoreline. I finally reached the other side, shivering uncontrollably. I scrambled out of the water and collapsed onto the muddy bank, exhausted and soaked to the bone. I lay there for a moment, catching my breath, listening for any sign of pursuit. The sounds of the creatures seemed to have stopped. Maybe the river had deterred them. Or maybe they were just waiting, watching from the darkness. I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. I forced myself to get back on my feet and started walking along the riverbank, heading in the direction I thought the trail might be. The forest was still dark and foreboding, but without the constant sounds of pursuit, a sliver of hope began to flicker within me. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the woods, I finally saw a familiar sight, the white blaze mark on a tree that indicated the Jordan River pathway. Relief washed over me, so intense it almost made me weak. I had found my way back. I followed the trail as quickly as I could, my body aching with every step. The first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, a pale gray light that gradually chased away the darkness. As the forest became lighter, my fear began to subside, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. I finally reached my car just as the sun was beginning to rise. I fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking, and unlocked the door. I practically collapsed into the driver's seat, the familiar smell of my car a comforting balm to my frayed nerves. I didn't waste any time. I started the engine and drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I was miles away from the Jordan River pathway. I haven't been back to those woods since. I still have nightmares about the glowing eyes in the darkness, the clicking sounds, and the feeling of being hunted. I try to tell myself it was just my imagination, the stress of being alone in the woods playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. There was something out there in the deep woods that night, something ancient and terrifying. And I have no doubt that it's still out there, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting hiker to wander off the beaten path. I've heard stories from other hikers, whispers of strange encounters in the Jordan River pathway, of unsettling sounds and unexplained sightings. Some people say it's just bears or coyotes. But I know better. I saw too many eyes. Too many. And I'll never forget the chilling feeling of being prey in their silent, watchful gaze. Be careful out there, folks. Some paths are best left untrodden. You never know what might be lurking just beyond the beam of your flashlight. My name is Mia, and for as long as I can remember, the highlight of our family's year was our annual camping trip to Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore. It wasn't just a vacation, it was a tradition woven into the fabric of our summers like the scent of pine needles and the crackle of a campfire. My parents, Sarah and Tom, were both avid nature lovers, and they instilled that same appreciation in my younger brother Leo and me from a young age. Leo, being 5 years my junior, was usually more interested in building elaborate sandcastles or splashing in Lake Michigan, but even he couldn't deny the magic of the towering dunes and the dense, whispering woods that bordered them. Our usual routine involved setting up camp at the Platte River campground, a familiar haven nestled amongst the trees. We'd spend our days hiking the designated trails, marveling at the panoramic views from the top of the dunes and swimming in the refreshingly cool lake. Evenings were reserved for roasting marshmallows, telling stories around the campfire, and gazing up at the star-studded sky, far from the light pollution of our suburban Chicago home. These were the moments I cherished, the ones that felt timeless and safe. I was 15 the summer it happened. Old enough to feel a sense of independence, a yearning to explore beyond the well-trodden paths, but still young enough to not fully grasp the potential dangers lurking in the vast wilderness. Leo was 10, full of boundless energy and a constant stream of questions. My parents, as always, were relaxed and happy, enjoying their annual escape from the hustle and bustle of city life. That particular year, the weather was perfect. Sunny skies, warm temperatures, and a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves in a soothing melody. We had arrived on a Monday, and by Wednesday, we had already hiked most of the popular trails. The Pierce-Stocking Scenic Drive had offered its breathtaking vistas. The Empire Bluff Trail had rewarded us with stunning views of the coastline, and we had even braved the challenging climb up the dune climb, feeling the fine sand slip between our toes with every step. But something felt different that year, a subtle shift in my own perspective. Perhaps it was the burgeoning sense of adventure that comes with adolescence, or maybe it was just a restless curiosity, but I found myself increasingly drawn to the parts of the park that weren't marked on the official maps. The glimpses of deeper woods, the faint trails that seemed to disappear into the dense foliage, they held a certain allure, a promise of something undiscovered. My parents were always cautious, reminding us to stick to the marked trails and to never wander off alone. They had told us stories of hikers getting lost, of unexpected encounters with wildlife, and of the unpredictable nature of the wilderness. I always listened, nodding dutifully, but a small part of me couldn't shake the feeling that the real secrets, the truly interesting things, lay just beyond the boundaries they had set. On Thursday morning, my dad decided to take Leo fishing at the Platte River. My mom, content with a book and a cup of coffee, opted to stay back at the campsite. This left me with a free morning, a blank canvas of time stretching before me. I had initially planned to reread my book, a fantasy novel I was completely engrossed in, but the lure of the woods was too strong to resist. I grabbed my water bottle, a granola bar, and my small backpack, telling my mom I was going for a short hike on the Cottonwood Trail, a relatively easy loop that started near our campsite. She glanced up from her book, smiled, and reminded me to be back by lunchtime. I assured her I would be, and with a sense of excitement bubbling in my chest, I set off. The Cottonwood Trail was pleasant, winding through a mix of open meadows and shaded woodland. I enjoyed the solitude, the feeling of being surrounded by nature. The air was fresh and clean, filled with the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves under my hiking boots. But as I walked, my gaze kept drifting towards a faint, overgrown path that branched off from the main trail. It wasn't marked on any of the park's signage, and it looked barely used, almost swallowed by the surrounding vegetation. My initial thought was to ignore it, to stick to the familiar path. But the more I walked, the more that faint trail beckoned. It was like a whisper in the wind, a silent invitation to explore the unknown. I told myself it would just be for a little while, just to see where it led. I could always turn back if it got too difficult or if I felt uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, I made my decision. I stepped off the marked trail and onto the overgrown path. The change was immediate. The air grew cooler, and the sunlight that had filtered through the canopy on the main trail was now mostly blocked by the dense foliage overhead. The sounds of the forest seemed to deepen, the chirping of birds replaced by a more hushed, almost expectant silence. The path was narrow and uneven, littered with fallen leaves and the occasional gnarled root. I had to watch my step carefully, and the further I went, the more overgrown it became. Brambles snagged at my jeans, and low, hanging branches brushed against my face. I started to feel a twinge of unease. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. But just as I was about to turn back, the trees ahead began to thin, and I saw a faint glimmer of light through the leaves. Curiosity overriding my apprehension, I pushed forward, and then I saw it. It was a clearing, small and secluded, hidden deep within the woods. And in the center of the clearing, surrounded by a circle of ancient, moss-covered trees, was a cemetery. It wasn't a large, well-maintained cemetery like the ones you see in towns. This one looked forgotten, lost to time. The tombstones were old, weathered and worn, some leaning precariously, others almost completely swallowed by the earth. The stone was dark and lichen covered, and the inscriptions were barely legible etched in a script that looked ancient. A strange feeling washed over me as I stepped into the clearing. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but a profound sense of sadness of a history long past. The air felt heavy, thick with a stillness that was unlike anything I had ever experienced in the woods before. It was as if the very trees held their breath in this forgotten place. I walked slowly among the tombstones, trying to decipher the names and dates. Most were illegible, but on a few I could make out fragments of names and years that seemed to date back centuries. Who were these people? What were their stories? Why were they buried so deep in the woods, so far from any sign of civilization? The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, but even that seemed muted, as if the forest itself was respecting the solemnity of the place. I felt a strange pull, a desire to know more about the lives that had ended here so long ago. I knelt down in front of one particularly weathered tombstone, trying to trace the outline of a name with my finger. The stone felt cold and damp beneath my touch. As I concentrated on the faint inscription, a sudden, sharp chill ran down my spine. The air seemed to grow even colder, and the shadows around me deepened, even though the sun was still shining through the thinning canopy above. Then, it happened. I felt a cold hand touch my shoulder. It wasn't a gentle touch, not a friendly tap. It was a firm, icy grip that sent a jolt of pure terror through my body. I gasped, my heart leaping into my throat, and I instinctively recoiled, turning around as quickly as I could. But there was nothing there, just the ancient tombstones, the moss-covered trees, and the heavy, silent air. I stared at the spot where I had felt the touch, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was it just a trick of the light and shadow? But the feeling had been so real, so undeniably cold. My blood ran cold, and a primal fear gripped me. I didn't wait to question it, didn't try to rationalize it. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. I scrambled my feet, my legs trembling, and without looking back, I fled from the cemetery, crashing through the undergrowth, my only thought to get back to the marked trail, back to the safety of my family. I didn't stop running until I burst back onto the cottonwood trail, my lungs burning, my heart pounding in my chest. I glanced back at the direction I had come from, the trees looking dark and menacing in the afternoon sun. I never told my parents what happened that day. I was afraid they would be angry with me for wandering off the trail, or worse, that they wouldn't believe me. I just mumbled something about getting a bit turned around and being glad to be back on the right path. But the memory of that cold hand on my shoulder, the oppressive silence of that forgotten cemetery, has stayed with me ever since. I've been back to Sleeping Bear Dunes every summer with my family, continuing our tradition. But I have never again strayed from the marked trails, and I certainly have never gone back into those deep woods where the ancient tombstones lie hidden. The peace and tranquility I once felt in those woods are now tinged with a lingering sense of dread, a constant reminder of the unseen presence I encountered that day. And sometimes late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees outside my window, I can still feel that cold touch on my shoulder. The rest of that day felt surreal, like I was living in a slightly distorted version of reality. My heart continued to pound in my chest long after I had rejoined my mom at the campsite. I tried to act normal, forcing a smile and answering her casual questions about my hike with vague reassurances that it had been nice. But inside, a storm of fear and confusion was raging. When my dad and Leo returned from their fishing trip, proudly displaying a couple of small perch, I tried my best to participate in the usual afternoon activities. We played cards, skipped stones on the lake, and even attempted to build a sandcastle that was quickly devoured by the waves. But my mind kept drifting back to the clearing in the woods, to the ancient tombstones, and to that chilling spectral touch. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and twist into menacing shapes. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision. Dinner that night was a somber affair for me, though my parents and Leo seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil. I picked up my hot dog, the taste suddenly bland and unappetizing. The usual cheerful banter around the campfire felt strained, and I found myself retreating into my own thoughts, replaying the events of the morning over and over in my head. Later, as I lay in my sleeping bag inside our tent, the sounds of the night seemed amplified. The hooting of owls, the chirping of crickets, the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, they all took on a sinister edge, fueling my growing unease. I kept a small flashlight I always carried clutched tightly in my hand, its beam cutting through the darkness like a fragile shield against the unknown. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I drifted off, I would jolt awake with a start, convinced that I had heard something, felt something. The memory of that cold hand was a constant, unwelcome companion, a phantom sensation that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The next few days of our camping trip passed in a similar haze of anxiety. I avoided going into the woods alone, sticking close to my parents and Leo whenever we went for hikes. I made excuses about feeling tired or wanting to stay back at the campsite with a book. My mom, ever observant, asked me a few times if I was feeling okay, but I just shrugged it off, attributing my lack of energy to the long hikes and the heat. But the truth was I was terrified. Terrified of what I had encountered in that hidden cemetery, and even more terrified of the possibility that it might somehow follow me, even back to our normal life. We packed up and left Sleeping Bear Dunes on Sunday as planned. The drive home felt long and suffocating. I stared out the window, watching the familiar landscape of northern Michigan blur by, but my mind was still trapped in that small clearing in the woods. Back home, I tried to fall back into my usual routine. School was starting soon, and I busied myself with finishing summer reading and catching up with friends. But the experience in the woods had left an indelible mark on me. I found myself more withdrawn, more easily startled. I had always loved being outdoors, but now, even a walk in our local park felt different, tinged with a sense of unease. Weeks turned into months. The memory of the cemetery started to fade around the edges, becoming less vivid, more like a strange dream. I almost managed to convince myself that I had imagined the cold hand, that it had been nothing more than a momentary shiver brought on by the eerie atmosphere of the place. Then, one cold October evening, as I was studying in my room, I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from outside my window. Our house backed onto a small patch of woods, nothing like the dense forests of Sleeping Bear Dunes, but woods nonetheless. I initially dismissed the sound as a branch scraping against the glass, a common occurrence during windy autumn nights. But the scratching persisted. It was rhythmic, deliberate, almost like someone was trying to get my attention. I hesitated for a moment, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. Then curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, got the better of me. I slowly got up from my desk and crept over to the window. I peered out into the darkness, my breath fogging the glass. The backyard was shrouded in shadows, the only light coming from the porch lamp. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed it. Just below my window, on the damp soil of the flower bed, there was something glinting in the dim light. I carefully opened the window, the cold night air sending a shiver down my spine. The scratching sound had stopped. I leaned out, trying to get a better look at the object in the flower bed. It was a small stone. Not just any stone, though. This one was dark and flat, and etched on its surface was a symbol. A symbol that looked strangely familiar. I racked my brain trying to remember where I had seen it before. And then it hit me. I had seen that symbol on one of the tombstones in the forgotten cemetery. It had been near the top of a particularly old, moss-covered stone, barely visible beneath the lichen. A wave of icy dread washed over me. It couldn't be a coincidence. How could a stone from a remote, hidden cemetery in northern Michigan end up in my flower bed in suburban Chicago? I quickly pulled my head back inside and slammed the window shut, my heart pounding in my chest. I fumbled for the lock, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely turn the latch. I backed away from the window, my eyes wide with fear. What was happening? Was this connected to what I had experienced in the woods? Was something following me? I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent shivers down my spine. I kept imagining that dark stone, lying there in the flower bed, a silent, ominous message. The next morning, I cautiously approached the window. The stone was still there. I watched it for a long time, my mind racing. Should I tell my parents? Would they believe me? They had always been rational people, and this seemed too far-fetched even for a horror movie. Reluctantly, I decided to keep it to myself, at least for now. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. Later that day, when my parents were at work, I went outside and retrieved the stone. It was cold and smooth in my hand, and the symbol etched on its surface seemed to pulse with a strange, unsettling energy. I took it inside and hid it in the back of my closet, tucked away under a pile of old clothes. I didn't know what to do with it, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. It felt like a piece of a puzzle, a clue to something terrifying that I didn't yet understand. Over the next few weeks, strange things started to happen around the house. Small objects would go missing and then reappear in unexpected places. Doors that I was sure I had closed would be found slightly ajar. And sometimes, late at night, I would hear faint whispers when I was alone in my room, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. I tried to ignore these occurrences, to tell myself that they were just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew that they were connected to the cemetery, to the cold touch on my shoulder, and to the mysterious stone that now lay hidden in my closet. The feeling of being watched intensified. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. I started to feel paranoid, constantly on edge. One evening, I was home alone, working on a school project in the living room. The house was quiet, the only sound the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. A jolt of fear shot through me. We had had some electrical issues lately, so I initially assumed it was just another power outage. But then, I heard it again. That faint scratching sound, this time coming from inside the house. It seemed to be coming from the hallway, from the direction of the closet where I had hidden the stone. My heart pounded in my chest. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. The beam of light danced nervously around the dark room. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way to the hallway. The scratching sound grew louder as I approached the closet. It was frantic now, almost desperate. I reached the closet door and hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. What was behind that door? What was making that terrifying sound? Taking a deep breath, I flung the door open. The beam of my flashlight illuminated the small space, and there on the floor amidst the pile of old clothes, the dark stone was vibrating, scratching against the wooden floorboards. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. Etched into the stone, glowing faintly in the darkness, was a new symbol. A symbol I recognized. It was the first letter of my name. A cold, invisible hand brushed against the back of my neck, and this time I knew I wasn't imagining it. The sight of my initial glowing on the stone sent a shockwave of pure terror through me. It wasn't just a random occurrence anymore. It was personal. This thing, whatever it was, knew my name. It was targeting me. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, the flashlight beam scattering wildly across the closet floor before settling on the vibrating stone. The scratching had stopped, replaced by a low, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. I wanted to scream, to run, but my throat felt constricted, and my legs were frozen in place. I could only stare, paralyzed by fear, at the glowing letter on the dark stone. Then, the humming intensified, and the air in the hallway grew noticeably colder. A faint, wispy shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, just beyond the closet door. I blinked, and it was gone, but the lingering chill remained, a tangible reminder of its presence. I finally found my voice a choked whisper. "What do you want?" Silence. Only the humming of the stone and the frantic beating of my own heart answered me. I knew I couldn't stay there, rooted to the spot. Whatever was happening, it was escalating, and I needed to get away. I backed out of the hallway, keeping my eyes fixed on the closet door, and retreated into the living room. I grabbed my phone, my hand still shaking, and called my mom. It rang several times before she finally answered, her voice sounding rushed. "Mia." "What's wrong, Mom? You need to come home." "Now," I said, my voice trembling. Something is happening." "What is it, honey? Are you okay?" Her tone was instantly filled with concern. "I can't explain it over the phone. Just please come home." She hesitated for a moment. Okay. I'll leave work now. Your dad is out on a call, but I'll be there as soon as I can." "Stay safe." "I will," I whispered. Hanging up the phone, I didn't feel safe at all. I felt trapped, like prey waiting for the predator to strike. I knew I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. I had to try to understand what was happening, to find a way to stop it. My mind raced back to the cemetery. The ancient tombstones, the heavy air, the feeling of sadness. Could there be a connection? Was the stone I had found somehow linked to that place? I remembered the symbols on the other tombstones, the ones I hadn't been able to decipher. Maybe they held a clue. I went to my computer and searched online for Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore Old Cemetery. After scrolling through several pages of general park information, I finally found a few obscure forum posts from local history enthusiasts mentioning an old, forgotten burial ground within the park boundaries, a a place rarely visited and not marked on official maps. One post mentioned a legend associated with the cemetery, a tale of a tragic accident involving a family of early settlers. According to the story, a young girl named. The name was faded in the digital image of the old newspaper clipping, something like Millicent, had wandered off into the woods and drowned in a hidden creek. Her family, devastated by the loss, had buried her and several other family members who had succumbed to illness shortly after in a secluded spot deep within the forest. The post also mentioned strange occurrences reported by hikers who had stumbled upon the cemetery, feelings of intense cold, unexplained whispers, and the sensation of being watched. As I read on, my blood ran cold. Another commenter mentioned seeing strange symbols etched on some of the tombstones, symbols that didn't match any known historical markers in the region. Could the stone I had found be from Millicent's grave? Was the cold hand I had felt hers? And why was she, or whatever it was, now targeting me? I looked at the glowing EM on the stone in my closet. Millicent Maya. The names were different, but the first letter was the same. Was it the connection? Suddenly, another thought struck me. When I had felt the cold hand on my shoulder, I had been kneeling in front of a tombstone trying to decipher a name. What if that had been Millicent's grave? What if I had somehow disturbed her resting place? A wave of guilt washed over me. I had been so curious, so eager to explore, that I hadn't considered the possibility of trespassing on something sacred, something that should have been left undisturbed. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just wait for my mom to come home and hope that would make it all go away. I had to try to undo whatever I had done. I decided I had to return the stone to the cemetery. It was the only thing that made sense. Maybe if I put it back where it belonged, the strange occurrences would stop. I grabbed my backpack, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. I put the vibrating stone inside, wrapping it in a thick sock to muffle the sound. I also grabbed a flashlight, my car keys, and a small notebook and pen. I left a note for my mom, telling her where I had gone and why. I knew she would be worried, but I didn't have time to wait. I had to act now. The drive to Sleeping Bear Dunes felt like it took an eternity. The sun had already begun to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. The closer I got to the park, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring the road ahead, and making the familiar scenery look alien and menacing. By the time I reached the Platte River campground, it was almost completely dark. The fog was so dense that I could barely see a few feet in front of my car. The air was heavy and still, and an unsettling silence had fallen over the woods. I parked my car near the entrance to the Cottonwood Trail, the same trail I had taken months ago. I hesitated for a moment, a wave of fear washing over me. Going back into those woods, alone, in the dark, felt like a death wish. But I knew I had to do it. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack and flashlight, and stepped out into the fog. The woods were even more disorienting in the dark and the fog. The beam of my flashlight cut a weak swath through the gloom, illuminating only a small circle around me. Every shadow seemed to writhe and twist, and every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. I followed the Cottonwood Trail, my pace quickening as I went. I remembered the faint, overgrown path that had led to the cemetery, but in the darkness it was even harder to find. After what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted it, a barely discernible break in the dense undergrowth. I took a deep breath and plunged into the darkness. The overgrown path was even more treacherous than I remembered. I stumbled over roots and fallen branches, my anxiety growing with every step. The fog seemed to press in on me, and the silence was broken only by my own ragged breathing and the occasional snap of a twig under my boots. Finally, through the swirling fog, I saw it, the faint glimmer of light that marked the clearing. My heart leaped with a mixture of relief and dread. As I stepped into the clearing, the fog seemed to dissipate slightly, revealing the circle of ancient trees and the weathered tombstones. The air was heavy with the same oppressive stillness I had felt before. I walked slowly through the cemetery, my flashlight beam dancing across the moss-covered stones trying to find the one I had knelt in front of. It took me a while, but finally, I recognized it, a particularly worn tombstone with a barely visible carving of a small flower near the top. I knelt down in front of it, the cold dampness seeping through my jeans. I reached into my backpack and pulled out the stone. The mem on its surface was still glowing faintly in the darkness. "I'm sorry," I whispered into the silent night. "I didn't mean to disturb you." I placed the stone at the base of the tombstone, hoping that this would be enough. For a moment, nothing happened. The air remained cold and still. Then, the humming started again, this time louder, more insistent. The glowing M on the stone intensified, and the shadows around me seemed to deepen and swirl. A cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves in the trees and extinguishing my flashlight. I was plunged into complete darkness, surrounded by the ancient tombstones and the oppressive silence. Panic seized me. I scrambled to my feet, my hands outstretched, trying to find my way out of the clearing. But the fog seemed to have thickened again, and I was completely disoriented. Then I felt it. The cold hand, this time not just on my shoulder, but wrapping around my arm, its grip icy and firm. A blood-curdling scream escaped my lips. I tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, and I felt myself being pulled backward, towards the darkness beyond the clearing. I thrashed and struggled, my heart pounding in my chest, but the unseen force was too strong. I could feel the cold breath on the back of my neck, and then I heard a faint whisper, so close it felt like it was inside my own head. "You should have left us alone." The last thing I saw before everything went black was the faint glowing on the stone, now joined by another letter, etched in the same eerie light. Maya's car was found the next morning by park rangers, abandoned near the entrance to the Cottonwood Trail. Her backpack was inside, along with a note explaining her intentions. A search party was organized, but despite days of searching, no trace of Maya was ever found. Some say that on quiet nights, when the fog rolls in thick over Sleeping Bear Dunes, you can still hear a faint whisper carried on the wind, a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk just beyond the marked trails. And if you happen to stumble upon an old, forgotten cemetery hidden deep within the woods, be sure to tread lightly. Some places are best left undisturbed. You never know who or what might be waiting for you there.